In this industry, timing is everything. Every moment counts. And this moment is yours to seize. Sell a hot runner. Find your next winner. Strengthen your stable. Sunday, April 30th at Keeneland, following the spring race meet. The April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, a sales event to kick off Kentucky Derby Week at the World's Marketplace.
welcome you to Today at Keeneland. Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette with you for what I think is the spring meet, right? Is
it feels
spring?
a little colder than that.
Chilly today. We've had some snow, though, on opening days in the past, but we've been told by a number of folks that after today, things will be heating up for the rest of this spring meet. But happy opening day.
Happy opening day. I can't tell you how good it feels to be back. You walk in, you see the paddock of Keeneland, and I feel like I'm just calmed. It's a calm. Yeah, I know. I mean, there's a lot going on, but I just absolutely love this place. It has its own specific feeling to it, and I'm just really excited to get things going. Amazing opening day card. Amazing Bluegrass Day card tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to. 2 days for this week, as many of you well know. We don't race on Easter, so we'll give folks that afternoon off, but we got 2 great days to kick off this 2023 spring meet. We'll start with 10 races today. We got 3 races in total, so a lot to get through here on today at Keeneland. A 2-year-old race to start the meet, as we typically have, and obviously Wesley Ward well represented in there, which we'll be talking about closer to post time, which is at 1 o'clock Eastern time. But before we dive into today's card, let's go to WKYT for the Friday weather.
Heading out to the Keeneland spring meet. If so, I'm tracking a mix of sun and clouds. Here's that forecast in detail. The temperatures, they'll be warming up as well. The middle 50s for your Friday and a few clouds. When it comes to Saturday, 62 degrees. Still looking good with that mix of sun and clouds thanks to a ridge of high pressure.
62 sounds tropical right now. We'll take it. Hopefully that ends up being the case. But as you can hear, quite a bit of wind here at Keeneland Racecourse, as tends to be the case on most of these race days. All right, full card selections, 10 races. The crazy thing is we agree quite a bit, especially in the stakes races, right?
We do. It starts off in the 3rd race. We both agree on the 1. Followed by race 4, we agree on the 2, and then race 5, we also agree on the 6, and then we get into the latter half of the portion. Race 9, we both agree on the 5. But that was it.
Full card selections. Make sure you download the Keeneland Race Day app to stay current on all of our picks each and every race day here at Keeneland for this spring meet. And then once we kick it into the fall meets come October. Social media at Keeneland Racing on Twitter, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, at FanDuel TV. Give them a follow, and make sure you've got the FanDuel TV Plus app downloaded on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Apple TV. There's going to be your best opportunity to take in the race coverage on FanDuel TV each and every race day here at Keeneland. Again, FanDuel TV Plus, and we've been in some meetings recently about the plan for Kentucky Derby. It is going to be loaded with Kentucky Derby content, but same when it comes to our Keeneland coverage on FanDuel TV Plus. Again, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Download it right now. Our featured event is race number 9, first Grade 1 of the 2023 spring meets. And here's a look at the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland Stakes as these fillies look to move towards their ultimate spring goal, the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks.
That's right. Wonder Wheel, your champion from last year. She's coming back in her 2nd start of the year as a 3-year-old. She signed on as the 8-5 favorite, but I really do think it's going to be a battle in terms of favoritism once we get to this race between Wonder Wheel and Punch Bowl.
I agree with you on that one. Both you and I have got Punch Bowl on top. I think that she's a filly that we have yet to see the best from. She's only run twice. That was a very impressive performance from her at Oaklawn Park. She took some pressure early on in that race, and she shook clear of that to put on a dominant performance. Now, from maiden special weight to first level allowance company to a Grade 1, that is a big transition, especially when you're tackling Julia Shining as well as Wonder Wheel. But I think that she's a filly that can do it. She's a very well-related filly. She's a half-sister to Slumber Party, who was 2nd in the Beaumont Stakes here in 2021 at Keeneland Racecourse. A filly I think we both picked in that race, if memory serves correctly. So good pedigree. I think she's gone in this race. But you've got the champion here, and Wonder Wheel was crowned the champion following this performance back in the fall here at Keeneland in the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, that grade of an event. She was back behind fillies at this stage as we pick it up at the top of the stretch, and she's going to draw off and win this one very convincingly by 3 lengths. Now, I don't want to be the guy that questions company. I get turned off by that weakness of a crop, things of that nature. But we've seen very little from this 2-year-old crop, not just from the Breeders' Cup, but even from the Grade 1 Alcibiades, Darley Alcibiades, come on and move forward in this 3-year-old season. So I think that some of these other fillies that have kind of been waiting in the wings and weren't, brought to the forefront of the 2-year-old crop have kind of taken over this division. So that's my question. Of
kind of the opposite with the boys, right?
Exactly.
Forte obviously is going to be the Kentucky Derby favorite, but it has been the opposite for the fillies.
Like Chop Chop would be an example of that.
Yeah.
She's the favorite for the juvenile fillies. She didn't run well that day. She ran okay at fairgrounds. They've tried her on grass. Things have not panned out. But nonetheless, I think that Suncoast race, I've got her third in my selections. I think Guns and Graces, you've got to respect for China Horse Club and Chad Brown. But for Wonder Wheel, she only had a few workouts really to get ready for that Tampa Bay race. I think that was the plan.
Yeah.
Come in easy, get that race under your belt, and build up to these 2 races here in the springtime. So I think that she'll be better after that Suncoast defeat where she was 50 cents on the dollar. But I've got Punch Bowl on top looking to go wire to wire.
All right, I go to Punch Bowl as well. I just thought that she was involved in a fast pace last time out. We'll take you to that most recent performance. That was at Oaklawn Park on the 5th of March. It was a first-level allowance race, as Scott mentioned. She won first time out at 3/4. She immediately stretched out to 1 1/16, not always an easy thing to do. And she was part of a very fast pace, and she shook the other horses off that dueled with her, and she went on to cruise to this victory by almost 5 lengths in the end. Florent Giroux just kind of showing her the whip in the final stages of the race. You can see that this was effortless for her, and it was so easy. I think she can take this step forward. She has that tactical speed. I do think she might get a little bit of pace pressure from the 7 Effortlessly Elegant. In some ways, I think it's going to be these 2 going around the track. Other fillies in here, like Wonder Wheel and Julia Shining, kind of seems like they take a long time to get going. So that's why I decided on this Exacta, because these are the 2 naturally fastest fillies in this field. And then I also used Wonder Wheel to kind of pick up the pieces late. Her last race, again, the Suncoast and Wonder Wheel, she was, she lost at 50 cents to the dollar, but I agree with you. It just didn't look like she was 100% cranked for that race. And in reality, that's what we see. We see trainers point for the first Friday or Saturday of May, give them a good prep race, give them another better prep race, and hope that they peak on that weekend.
It's an interesting race. It's going to reveal a lot as far as the 3-year-old filly division is concerned, moving towards that first Friday in May, as these grade ones always do here at Keeneland in the springtime. Let's find out more, though, about the West Coast Invader for today's Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Here's Tom Leach.
Stephanie Murray's the assistant to trainer Doug O'Neill, and they have Pride of the Nile, who's right behind us here, running in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. She had trouble last time out, right?
She did. From gate to wire, it was just a little bit of a disaster. She bumped the gate on her way out, took a little bit of a left-hand turn, trailed, had to check a couple times, and just didn't ever recover from that.
Previously ran very well, though.
Very nice. She's always showed a lot of talent from day one.
And you guys brought her in here early to get several works under her in advance of the Ashland, and how she handled the Keeneland track.
She's done great. She's traveled really nicely over it. Her first work, unfortunately, because of the weather, was on the training track due to rain, but her last 2 works have been on the main track, and she's just glided over it, so we've been really happy.
Frankie Dettori in the saddle. Is she a pretty easy filly to ride?
She can be a little opinionated, but nothing Frankie can't handle. So,
good luck.
Thank you.
That's Stephanie Murray, and that's Pride of the Nile for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland.
Watch out behind you there, Tom. She was nuzzling up against him or maybe nipping at him, but good to see Doug O'Neill represented here, coming in from the West Coast. Doug's come in here and sprung some upsets in the past, so it's not abnormal, and this would be considered a big upset, and it's nice to have Frankie Dettori coming this way to Lexington, Kentucky to ride today at Keeneland on opening day. Our co-featured 3 stakes races today, co-graded stakes feature the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes. This is a Grade 3 event for the 3-year-olds on the turf course at 1 1/16. Scratch out Carl Spackler. He was going to be one of the favorites in this race. Chad Brown saying to us that he scratched because of the post position. He didn't like the outside draw, so he'll regroup with Carl Spackler. So Duden, Colorado becomes the 9-2 morning line favorite with that outside draw. He draws post 11 now in the Transylvania, the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania.
Yeah, the wind really picking up. Our apologies about that. But with the 11 out, Carl Spackler, the 12 dude in Colorado does become the favorite. But that is a very tough post position for even him, because I do think that there are other horses in here that have speed. So he will really have to be hustled out of the gate by Irad Ortiz Jr. to get in that forward position today.
I had Carl Spackler on top to begin with, regrouped. I go now to Mo Stash, who was originally my second choice. He's the BBN Racing, Big Blue Nation Racing colt by Mo Tom out of the Vicky Oliver barn, who gets Luis Saez for a second consecutive race. This is a colt that has run big races over the course of his career, and he's run against very good competition. We're going to roll back his attempt in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf on Future Stars Friday here at Keeneland, where he ends up fourth, beaten 3 lengths to Victoria Road. He actually makes the lead about a quarter of the way into the top of the stretch and ends up finishing fourth behind horses like Victoria Road, Silver Knot, and Nagarok, who will be represented today in the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes. His follow-up race on the 11th of March at Tampa Bay Downs, his comeback only started 3 for the Keeneland graduate. He also set the pace that day, but was beaten by a horse named Talk of the Nation, who ran a 91 Beyer speed figure in doing so. So my bottom line with Mo Stash is he has been battle-tested against some of the best in the 2-year-old and now even in the 1 race for a horse that can earn a 91 Beyer, 3-year-old crop on the turf course, because not only running in the Breeders' Cup, he tackled Private Creed, that nice colt of Steve Asmussen's, in the Indian Summer, Dunedin at Kentucky Downs, and he broke his maiden on debut. And BBN Racing, they were rolling back in the fall here at Keeneland Racecourse. So I've got Mo Stash on top over the 3-horse, and the winner is. I think he bounces back today. We see a better version of him here at Keeneland, in my opinion. And then the 9-horse Nagarok on the outside, making his second start here at Keeneland, who was third in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
All right, I went to the 3, and the winner is. I just think he's a better horse at Keeneland. He ran a super performance 2 starts back at Houston on the soft ground to overcome all of that. And then he did go on to run at the fairgrounds. And Scott, he didn't get out of the gate. He kind of made this early move. Just nothing went right for him. And on top of that, I don't think he liked the turf course at the fairgrounds. We did see that over the course of the winter. Some liked it, some didn't. I'm putting a line through his last race and thinking that he loves Keeneland. We'll take you back to his victory in the Grade 2 Bourbon. This was last fall at Keeneland. This was a huge performance. And, I remember when he won here in the spring, breaking his maiden, and a lot of focus was on the sire, Oscar performance, because he was so new at the time. I think that was his first winner, period. And he went on to, be a very, very nice horse. He won this race, the Grade 2 Bourbon, and then he came back in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. I rewatched that replay a couple days ago. He had a brutal trip. He was down on the inside. He was buried. He never got room to run. So that race was actually much better than what it might appear to be on
the Breeders'
paper.
Cup?
The Breeders' Cup. Yeah, he did not have a good trip that day. I think he's the class of the field. I went to Nagarok. I just think this horse could run a sneaky good race. First off, the layoff for Trainer Grand Motion. His races last year as a 2-year-old weren't bad. And then I also used the 4, Wonderful Justice. I have a strong feeling for this horse, and I figure it's going to be Florent, Brad. This horse is undefeated. He might be overbet, and maybe a horse that you can even leave out of the exact and try to get some other prices in there. I used him in 3rd. I wasn't crazy about him. I still need to be proved how good he actually is.
I think Nagarok ends up the favorite in there. What do you think? Or Dude in Colorado?
Why wouldn't And the Winner is? I mean, he won the Bourbon here. I don't know.
His form lately might discourage some folks, truthfully. And I like him today. I think
his last race wasn't great, but he won at Houston 2 back. It's a very tricky race, especially for the morning line, now that Chad's horse is out.
Yeah, Carl Spackler, the scratch in the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes because of that outside draw. Chad Brown opting to bypass today's race. Let's move 1 race back to race number 7. It's the Lafayette Stakes, $400,000. More 3-year-old action. Straight 3-year-olds going 7 furlongs, 7/8 of a mile. This will start the late pick for today on opening day. And Hijazi is the 8-5 morning line favorite for Amerzadon's Racing Stables, a Bernardini colt who took him a few starts to break his maiden. He broke his maiden at Santa Anita back on the 15th of January, and then the follow-up race was a 4th-place finish behind Practical Move, is going to be the favorite for the Santa Anita Derby tomorrow and looks to be a obviously major contender for the Kentucky Derby. But he'll cut back in distance today. He moves back to the care of Bob Baffert, obviously now off that Kentucky Derby trail. But I think that Gulfport is the one to take a look at here, and the horse that I'm going to go with in today's Lafayette Stakes. Gulfport is a horse that was very flashy early on. He broke his maiden at Churchill by 7. He won the Bashford Manor by 12 lengths, and there were a lot of folks that at that time, as tends to be the case, said this is the Derby horse. This could be the Derby winner this early on. We love to try to predict the future well in advance. Well, he then finished second in the Saratoga Special, was second behind eventual champion Forte in the Hopeful, and then in the Champagne Stakes, he was third behind Blazing Sevens, who runs in tomorrow's Toyota Bluegrass. Here's his run in the Hopeful Stakes. He just didn't corner all that great at the top of the stretch. He ends up finishing in front of Blazing Sevens, who was third that day. But I think that this comeback race here, off the 6+ month layoff, inside draw, needs to be aggressively ridden. He's got the stamina pedigree. He's got the class to come through with a victory here today. I like Gulfport for a number of reasons. I think the time off will probably do him some good as well. I thought that his last race in the Champagne was much better than what we saw from him in the Hopeful from just a visual perspective. So give me Gulfport on top for the Heiligbroats and others, and Steve Asmussen and T. Gaff, and then underneath the 5-horse Corona Bolt, who was very good at Oaklawn Park. And I mean, how many good 3-year-olds does Brad Cox have? I mean, it's just crazy right now.
Colts and fillies.
Corona Bolt, Keeneland graduate from that first crop of Bolt Doro, who was so good, and then the number 3-horse Hijazi on the cutback in distance for Baffert.
You don't even like my horse in here.
Who is
and
it?
This is like one of my, I don't want to say locks of the day, but I love the 4 determinedly.
All right,
today.
let's hear it.
Okay. Let's take you back to his race 2 back at the fairgrounds. The connection's new. David Carroll, the assistant, we talked about this horse often. He doesn't want to go long. But when you have a 3-year-old that's doing well, you have to run him long and hope that he can get into the Kentucky Derby. And this race, I think, was very good, and it proved that maybe he deserves a shot in the Risen Star. However, he got away with very, very slow fractions on the front end. He went gate to wire. Also in that race, Tappett's Conquest had a bad trip down on the inside.
Okay, so far your case isn't all that compelling.
He is a better horse at one turn, and he's been going against really good competition. Tappett's Conquest 2 back, the Risen Star. He ran third against Jace's Road, Ray's Kane, who won the Gotham, who's in the Bluegrass tomorrow. He has been going against some very, very good 3-year-olds and running well at a distance not suitable for him. I love horses like this who are turning back in distance. He's sitting on a big one today.
What does he do in this race to win?
I think he can stalk the pace, and that was my problem with Gulfport. What does he do from the rail post? Does he just go?
He has
well,
to go.
Hijazi's not slow, so is he going to put a little pace pressure on him? I think he gets tangled up. Gulfport gets tangled up with Hijazi and determinedly sits just off of them under Flavien Prat, and bye-bye.
You're going to get a good price, too.
Yeah,
You're going to drop the win hammer on this one?
Oh, yeah.
$100 win hammer. Salegrad Spotlight for opening day here
$1 million
at
here, then we're going to 50, 50, $1 million, 50, $1 million, and I have
sale in which get thrown off there for a second. That's Ryan Mahan. So wondering where Ryan's coming from. How about selling hip number 327? And this is a horse that turns out to be Doral. Sells in the Keeneland September sale in 2021, and a horse that certainly should be the favorite in that final race today. The number 10 horse Doral. So. Finished second in the 2 starts so far to date, both at Gulfstream Park. Beaten favorite last time out. Bessalou Stables. They used to run a massive operation headlined by horses like Royal Delta, but they've scaled way back. But it's nice to see that they're still in the game. Ben Leon, the head of Bessalou Stables. So Doral, a $575,000 Keeneland graduate from the September sale in 2021, looking to break her maiden today in the nightcap. And I think it's determined already that she's going to be the favorite in that final race.
Yeah, beautiful pedigree, beautiful
Big
looking
time.
horse as well, and comes in off of very strong races.
She's out of the mare Desita, if you remember her. I think it was a Marty Schwartz filly, if I'm not mistaken, for Chad Brown. Clocker report time on opening day. We've got one for you. Make sure you mark this one down. Race number 4, Beatbox. Worked 47-3. That was 7th best of 33. This was back on the 29th of March. Strong work pattern since the last race. Excellent turf trainer. Positive rider change back on Lasix. Beatbox on the Clocker report. Can you beatbox? Can you do that or no? Do people
no.
still do that? Can the kids?
Can you?
The kids still beep? No, I can't beatbox at all.
You know what? I shouldn't say I don't know. I don't know if I can or cannot, or can or cannot beatbox.
Can or cannot?
Yeah.
Right now is not the time. Let's move on to our exotic multi-race exotic races of the day. Easy for you to see it.
You're exhausted
Wow.
of me already.
Easy for you to say. My late pick 4. Race number 7 is where it begins. I end up going 3 deep in this instance with Gulfport, Hijazi, and Corona Bolt. If Gabby beats me, so be it with Determined. The Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes. Had to regroup here because I was going to go a little bit less, but with the scratch of Carl Spackler, going to go 3 deep, 3, 7, and 9. In the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, just going to utilize 2. Guns and Graces and Punch Bowl in this spot. And then in the nightcap, 1, 6, 7, and 10. Robin Sage is my long shot play of the day. I'm not trying to steal Tom Leach's thunder because he'll have his in a bit, and it's not Robin Sage, but I like her today out of the Bobby Medina barn for Blackwood Stables. $36 late pick 4. Run to the window. Don't walk. Run.
Run. I went to the Turf Pick 3, $54 play, as this is a $3 wager, so keep that in mind. Race 6, 8, and 10. In the 6th race, I went 3, 6, 8. Nota Bene is going to be the top selection for me at 15-1 for trainer Ian Wilkes. The 6, Her World, I think is a must-use for Wesley Ward, who looks like is improving. And then, of course, Coffee Maker, who is your 6-5 morning line favorite. In the 8th race, just the 3 and the 9, I really had to consolidate the ticket. And the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania, the 3 and the winner is. I really think he's the class of the field, and he loves Keeneland. With the 9, Nagarok, who I think will return in a big way in his 3-year-old debut. And then we get to the 10th and final race, 7, 10, and the 11, using that 10 Doral that you were talking about for trainer Bill Mott, but also using the 7 Haystack for trainer Chad Brown, and then my top selection, the 11 Best Performer, 12-1 on the morning line.
Always popular Turf Pick 3. Reminder, it's back as it has been for the last several meets. $3 minimum wager. Make sure you've asked for it specifically if you're playing here at Keeneland. It is its own event if you're playing on these self-service terminals as well. Best angles of opening day. Let's roll it back to race number 2. Maiden special weight event, straight 3-year-old fillies, big field. I like a filly in here that should be a good price. Stunningly, for the Hyder family stables, Asmussen, Rosario. Lasix for the first time. To me, get her out into the clear. She's been hung up down on the inside of horses, got discouraged, kind of had an odd run last time out at Saratoga. Here she is running through the Keeneland September sales ring in 2021, where the Hyder family paid $675,000 for this filly. Stakes winning first dam. Gunrunner's the sire. A lot to like about this filly, especially the price. If they can get her to the outside, I think that we see a different performance from Stunningly. It was Jose Ortiz who rode her back closing week at Saratoga. Sat down in the saddle for a second down the backstretch, kind of hidden behind the trees if you watch that replay back. But I think that get her clear run. I think we'll see a better run from Stunningly in race number 2. Give me an across-the-board play, 10 to win, place, and show. $30 investment on the 7 in race number 2, Stunningly.
All right, I'm going to take us to the nightcap, race 10. And Doral is your 3-1 morning line favorite. It's a tough field. I mentioned I really like Determinedly earlier in the day, but this is another horse that I think you have to pay attention to, especially at double-digit odds. So this race is a mile. The 11 Best Performer gets back to the turf today. We'll take you back to her last race on the turf, and that was back at the fairgrounds on the 16th of January. She ran well. I thought that this was a good race. She kind of made a move into the pace and then seemingly faded a little bit in the latter half, but the blinkers go on her. I think she's going to be more forwardly placed, even from that post position. And she lost to a filly by the name Girl Named Charlie. That's who won this race, and she went on to win a stakes race at the fairgrounds on the turf with an 85 Beyer speed figure. She drastically improved out of that race, and I think this filly can drastically improve coming back to the turf today. Best Performer, a filly by Oscar Performance. I really like those today. I use her over the Exacta. I'm going to key her in the Exacta over 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
You got a broodmare?
No.
You might be getting a stallion season for Oscar Performance based on all the discussion today. Two things that I think that we got to pay attention to, which I'll get to in a second. Let's not move past Tom Leach. His long shot pick of the day for opening day.
My long shot pick on the opening day card comes in the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. It's And the Winner Is at 12-1 on the morning line. And the Winner Is absolutely loves this Keeneland grass course. Broke the maiden first time out, had another win from 3 starts. So that's a big advantage in this spot because nobody else has a win over this grass course. Trainer Wayne Catalano certainly knows what to do with a good horse, and I think he has one in And the Winner Is. I don't think we'll get 12-1, but hopefully we can still get a real nice price to have a long shot winner on the opening day card at Keeneland.
Maybe you and Tom can find a mare at the Keeneland November sale for that Oscar Performance breeding season coming your way. I had a good spring. You had a good fall. I was terrible back in the fall, but I was locked in the spring, and I feel locked in again for this spring meet 2023.
You said as soon as you walked in, you are dialed in. Are you trying to make me scared already, day one?
No, I'm just being honest with you. Side bet of the day. This is what y'all are playing for. What are these things called again? Silly pints. We call them Silipints.
They're like silicone.
Yeah, these are awesome.
Right?
They even give you a recipe on them as well. So we had the animation. I was not looking at the screen. What are we doing today? Heads up in the...
Heads up stakes races.
Okay.
So whoever wins the most out of the stakes races, or the horses that run the best out of the stakes races, our top selection.
If you're Team Gabby, hashtag, God, what is wrong with you? Hashtag Team Gabby.
I think you're a little frozen. My hands are frozen. It's been hard to turn the pages.
Two things. Watch for Fairgrounds horses on the turf, see how they do today. Let's use it for the week. I think that's something we got to pay attention to and stay hydrated. I don't have my gallon thing, but Gabby's got the Stanley Cup. This is like the mom's thing. Like
stay
everybody
hydrated,
has to have the Stanley Cup.
Stay warm.
It's not the real Stanley Cup, but that's it. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy opening day today at Keeneland.
In this industry, timing is everything. Every moment counts. And this moment is yours to seize. Sell a hot runner. Find your next winner. Strengthen your stable. Sunday, April 30th at Keeneland, following the spring race meet. The April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, a sales event to kick off Kentucky Derby week at the World's Marketplace.
Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
It's been 154 days. 5 long months. And now, the wait is over. Finally. Racing is back at Keeneland. April 7th through 28th.
Keeneland welcomes Vanessa Becker-Weig, Executive Artistic Director of Voices Amplified, Courtney Hausman, and Aliciana Struthers to the paddock. Voices Amplified empowers artists by generating brave and equitable spaces in arts education and theater performance that amplify underrepresented voices and promote inclusivity. Voices Amplified premieres The Prom musical event June 1st through 4th, featuring Courtney and Aliciana. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you. Happy opening. Happy opening.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Charlotte Davis from Guest Services as the Employee of the Day. Charlotte, congratulations.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the south gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the south gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the north terrace and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the paddock area and north terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the south gate, east gate, or north gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is listed fast and the turf is listed good. Rail at 0 feet for the turf racing today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. Race 1 is where the first of the day is rolling doubles and pick 3s and also the early pick 5 will get underway. In that first race, scratch number 1, Who's Snow Trouble. Also scratch the 4, Baytown Admiral. Also scratch number 8, Vemont. Also scratch the 15, The Rush Is On, and the 16, Baytown Parfait. That's in the first race. Scratch the 1, Who's Snow Trouble. Scratch the 4, Baytown Admiral. Scratch the 8, Vemont. Also scratch 15, The Rush Is On, and 16, Baytown Parfait. Please note, number 13, Alexandra's Song, draws into the race. Number 14, Tranche, draws into the race. There is an overweight in that first race. Number 2, Prince of Power, the jockey 3 pounds over. That's the 2, Prince of Power, jockey 3 pounds over. Second race, start of the early pick 4. In race 2, scratch the 1, Gather. Scratch the 5, Fracking Lucky. Scratch number 13, Destined to Race. And scratch the 16, Nikki MP. That's in race 2. Scratch the 1, Gather. Scratch the 5, Fracking Lucky. Scratch 13, Destined to Race. Scratch 16, Nikki MP. Please note, both the 14 and the 15 draw into the race. Lady Samaritan and Afternoon Tea both draw into the race. Third event. Scratch the 7, Closed Caption. And scratch the 8, Cotton Candy Annie. That's in the third race. Scratch the 7, Closed Caption, and scratch the 8, Cotton Candy Annie. Fourth race. No changes. Race 5, start of the pick 6. In that fifth race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's race 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5, also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. There are no changes in that sixth event. Race 7, the Lafayette, starts the late pick 4, no changes in the seventh race. Race 8, the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. Scratch the 11, Carl Spackler. That's race 8. Scratch the 11, Carl Spackler. Race 9, the Central Bank Ashland. No changes. 10th and final race. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Again, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, race 10 includes that Toyota Super High 5. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy opening day, Kurt Becker, and happy opening day for all of you joining us here on course at Keeneland Racecourse, and those of you joining us from afar. We've got 10 races ahead of us. Bit on the chilly side, but it's going to warm up as we move through this meet for the spring meet in 2023, Gabby. But babies to start, which we'll get to in a second. 2-year-old action, first 2-year-old race of the year. But the stakes racing is very deep as far as the 3 stakes races here on opening day.
Absolutely. And the focus today is going to be on the fillies. Obviously, the focus will be on the boys tomorrow for the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. But as I said, the focus today on the fillies and the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. And we have the return of a champion from last year.
Wonder Wheel, last year's 2-year-old filly champion. She capped off that championship season right here at Keeneland Racecourse in the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. She headlines today's Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. We'll take a look at that field, but she's got some serious competition that she'll be facing off against, including Julia Shining, the number 4 filly for the Stone Street Stables, as well as Punch Bowl, who was very impressive in her most recent win down at Oaklawn Park for Brad Cox.
Yeah, Punch Bowl was very impressive. She was part of a very fast pace and just shook other pace pressures off in that race and went on to win easily. So she looks like she has a world of talent. Wonder Wheel, your champion from last year, and then Julia Shining with that beautiful pedigree, being a full sister to the great Malathot.
That's race number 9 today here at Keeneland. Race number 8 is for the 3-year-olds on the turf course, Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes. And key scratch here, Carl Spackler taken out. Chad Brown telling us that he did not want to have this horse race from this outside post, so they'll regroup, look for another option. Duden, Colorado comes in for Todd Pletcher off of some good runs down in South Florida.
Yeah, he was third in the Grade 3 Kitten's Joy 2 starts back, and he followed that up with a win against Stakes Company and the Colonel Liam. But we do have some horses that have faced some solid competition, including the 3 and the Winner Is. Comes out of multiple stakes performances, ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf last year. Even Mo Stash, a horse that I know you like, Scott, has faced some really quality competition in this division.
35th running in the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes. That's race number 8. Race number 7 will be the first stakes race of the 2023 Keeneland Spring Meet. It's the Lafayette Stakes. Straight 3-year-olds. They'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track. Hijazi ships in from the West Coast for Amr Zidane Racing Stables and the Hall of Famer Bob Baffert.
Hijazi does turn back in distance today. You'll see that with some 3-year-olds this time of year. Some of them go on to run in the Kentucky Derby. Others will turn back in distance. That's the case with Hijazi. But we also have the return of Gulfport down on the inside for trainer Steve Asmussen. He was very good. He was second in the Grade 1 Hopeful last year, third in the Grade 1 Champagne as well. I like the 4 Determinedly on the cutback in distance. It's a field of 7 and headlined by Hijazi, who's your 8-5 morning line favorite.
That 7th race getting underway at 4:12 Eastern Time. The first of the 3 stakes races today on opening day. 10-race card ahead of us as we'll kick things off at the top of the hour. There's only one way to kick off the Keeneland Spring Meet. That is with 2-year-old action. And when it comes to 2-year-old action, there's one barn that we focus our attention on. It's WW. Wesley Ward, as he brings over his own Bledsoe, named after a friend of his, Drew Bledsoe, longtime NFL quarterback, a native of Washington, played at Washington State. And, of course, Wesley from Washington as well. But here's a gelding for Wesley that comes in, gets a solid draw, gets Joel Rosario, and look, anytime there's 2-year-old races at Keeneland, this is where the conversation begins. And you had a conversation with an individual earlier today saying that, what did he say about this 3-year-old? Or 2-year-old, excuse me, 2-year-old?
I don't know if I should repeat the whole phrase.
You shouldn't, no.
But essentially is a lock, I guess, in this first race, in translating that phrase. But Bledsoe, I will say, this horse seems to be very, very fast. Wesley Ward is high on this horse. He's by his own stallion, and Iqbal, who he stands himself. So this is a homebred for Wesley Ward. He's had the siblings for this horse as well. There was one first out winner, but he didn't really go on to do much. So the siblings have been a little bit of a question mark. But the word on the street that this horse is very fast, very good. For what it's worth, though, Scott, Wesley did send out some very short price favorites last spring meet, and I think he only won 2 2-year-old races. But obviously, historically speaking, over the past of the several years, he's been very, very strong with these babies in the spring.
And keep in mind, this is a launching pad to Royal Ascot, which is such a focus for him. It is the focus for him come the summertime in June over in England. So he's the one to beat. He's 3-5, and he's over in the spot where Wesley typically likes to saddle his horses that need some of their own space away from those all-weather saddling stalls here in race number 1. Let's move over to the number 6 horse who you've got on top for John Hancock, another barn that you've got to pay attention to in these 2-year-old races. Early Money, a colt by Munnings, a Keeneland January sales graduate from 2022.
I like the pedigree. Munnings are fast. They're precocious. This horse looked like he's taken a very short time to start clocking some good workouts, especially his most recent one here at Keeneland. And 3 of this horse's siblings won first time out. That's enough, considering the connections, for me to pick this horse on top.
Now, keep in mind the 13 and 14 draw into this race with the scratches of the 1 and the 8. And Wesley Ward has Alexandra Song, who draws in the 13 at 7-1, and then Tranche, another one for Luis Mendez. Here's a collected colt that they bought at the September sale here at Keeneland for $210,000. Flavian Pratt's going to take the call. If you're looking at the workouts on this 2-year-old collected colt, he had 3 workouts at Dixie Downs in Utah. Now, there have been a lot of horses that have come out of Dixie Downs and Utah specifically as 2-year-olds that have run some big-time races on the West Coast or anywhere. So if you see DXD in the workout pattern and it's a 2-year-old, you've got to respect it. You've got to respect Tranche in here, who is 8-1 with this outside draw, which shouldn't be an issue going the 4.5 today at Keeneland.
And Luis Mendez is very good with 2-year-olds. We see this year in and year out. In the spring at Keeneland, I feel like it's been a newer venture for him, but he did really well last year. I believe he had a horse run on Derby Day or Oaks Day last year in a 2-year-old race, but just in general, he does very well with his 2-year-olds. And I think it's interesting that Flavian Pratt picks up this mount coming in off the AE. He just looks fast. He looks ready to go. They paid a lot of money for him, considering collected stands for $10,000. We'll see. He's 7-1 right now.
We'll get a good look at these 2-year-olds as they move front side for the first of 10 on opening day here at Keeneland for the spring meet. 14 minutes to post. Race number 1, starting with some 2-year-old action, also beginning the early pick 5 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. The Elkdale maiden special weight 2-year-olds, the Headley course, 4.5 furlongs. Main track is listed fast. Main track fast turf listed good in the opener. Scratch the 1 Who's No Trouble. Scratch the 4 Baytown Admiral. Scratch the 8 Vemont. Also scratch 15 The Rush Is On, and scratch 16 Baytown Parfait. A reminder, 13 draws in Alexandra's Song. Also the 14 draws in Tranche. Double pick 3, early pick 5. Post time, less than 5 minutes. Also a reminder about the overweight, the 2 Prince of Power, the jockey 3 pounds over.
Two-year-olds front side here for race number 1 at Keeneland Racecourse. We're looking at the number 9 horse at 32-1. That is Calling My Name. This is a colt that was purchased for just $4,500 last year as a yearling by Robert McCutcheon. This looks fit and ready to go. Based on looks, I would not be shocked if he outruns his odds, and his odds are coming down here as we close in on post time. Now 28-1 on this son of Gormley, that Santa Anita Derby winner, that son of Malibu Moon. So we'll see if Calling My Name can outrun those odds based on looks. He looks fit, tight, ready to go here in race number 1. The 11-horse Bodacious Colton, great colt by Race Day. He was acting up just a hair as they came out with the pony, the gray son of the grandson of Tappet, Race Day, or son of Tappet, I should say, Race Day, out there for Jack Hancock. He is 37-1 on the tote board right now with Agustin Gomez in the saddle. And then let's look at the 14-horse Tranche with Flavian Pratt in the saddle. He looks ready to roll as well. He looks like he might be a little bit, from a physical standpoint, more developed than a lot of these other horses. And since we've talked about this horse on the paddock side to the front side, he's come down at least 2 points from 7-1. He might have been 8-1 paddock side, but 5-1 right now on the board on Tranche, that son of Collected. Pick 5 pool, 459,000 and growing. Here's a look at the 3-horse. That is the favorite, Bledsoe. Let's see if Wesley can get things rolling here on opening day at Keeneland Spring.
Check.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Elkdale, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Alexandra's Song for the lead. Calling My Name has early speed. Bledsoe is away running in third. Down toward the inside. West Saratoga is fourth. Nuracan is a wide fifth. Mischief Joke is in sixth. As they move around the turn, Early Money loses a couple of spots in seventh. Tranche moves up a wide eighth, up into sixth, 6 lengths off the lead. Bodacious Colton alongside that one, then a long way back to the two trailers. Prince of Power, who is next to last. Hold the Phone, who is last. Top of the stretch. Calling My Name has a short lead. Alexandra's Song, Bledsoe between that pair. Those three battle for the top spot. Coming to the eighth pole. Then Nuracan up on the outside. West Saratoga toward the inside. Also, Mischief Joke is looking for some running room. Bledsoe to the lead, though. Bledsoe, short lead. Calling My Name is second. A late run from Mischief Joke. Going towards second, but still 2 lengths from Bledsoe. Bledsoe to take the opener for Joel Rosario. Mischief Joke was home second. Calling My Name third. West Saratoga was fourth.
Well, as expected, trainer Wesley Ward striking first here at the Keeneland Spring Meet. He shifted a bit, Bledsoe, because the horse to his inside came out just a hair. He reacted to that, but once he straightened out, he was able to pull away from this group. Bledsoe, Wesley Ward trains, owns, and bred.
Wesley Ward very confident in this horse's ability, and he was handsomely rewarded this afternoon as this horse was very well prepared, has a lot of talent. His first-time starter getting the victory, Bledsoe, in today's opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 3, Bledsoe, finished first. Number 7, Mischief Joke, was second. Number 9, Calling My Name, third. Number 5, West Saratoga, fourth. 3795, unofficial. unofficial winner of Keeneland's first race in the winner's circle, now number 3, Bledsoe. Wesley Ward, the owner, breeder, and trainer. Joel Rosario, the jockey. Bledsoe, a 2-year-old gelded son of Iqbal out of Shrinking Violet by Congaree. 4.5 furlongs over the Headley course, fast track, 53.21 seconds. Results of Keeneland's first race official. 3795, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Elkdale Trophy presentation to the connections of Bledsoe. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf listed good. In this second race, scratch number 1, Gather. Scratch the 5, Fracking Lucky. Also scratch 13, Destined to Race. And scratch 16, Nikki MP. Again, scratch the 1, Gather. Scratch the 5, Fracking Lucky. Scratch 13, Destined to Race. Scratch 16, Nikki MP. A reminder, the 14 draws in Lady Samaritan. Also, the 15 draws in Afternoon Tea. Third race, scratch the 7, Closed Caption. And scratch the 8, Cotton Candy Annie. That's the third race. Scratch 7, Closed Caption, and scratch the 8, Cotton Candy Annie. No changes in the fourth. Race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's race 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race.
Race number 2, maiden special weight event, $100,000 maiden special weight for straight 3-year-old fillies. A couple of scratches in here. The 1, the 5, 13, and 16 withdrawn from this race, and the current favorite is the number 2 horse, who sits at 5-2 on the board for Todd Pletcher. Contrive now draws post 1, coming out of the chute, going 7 furlongs. Let's start with the number 7 horse, stunningly for Steve Asmussen and the Hyder family stables. Gets Lasix here today. Comes into this race off of a 7+ month layoff, last seen at the end of that Saratoga meet during their 2-year-old season. My idea here, Gabby, is if they can get her out into the clear, I think we'll see a cleaner, better run. She's been down on the inside of horses in those 2 races, especially in that most recent start at Saratoga 7 months ago, most recent race for her. But my hope is that she gets clear run and we see a best performance from her here today for a filly that certainly was touted earlier in her career and touted when she went through the Keeneland September sale, because the Hyder family paid $675,000 for the Gunrunner filly.
Yeah, she comes out of very tough races. She's making her 3-year-old debut, but Naughty Gal, a filly that she ran against first time out, even Vava. I mean, these are horses, especially Vava, who has gone on to compete at the graded stakes level. So she does look very good. She looks calm in the paddock right now next to Steve.
You've got the 3 on top. That is Missile. Missile draws alongside the current favorite, Contrive. She's now post 2 is the 3 filly. A Bolt Doro filly for Eddie Keneally, who's had quite a few workouts here at Keeneland to ready for this debut.
And they paid a decent amount of money for her, considering that the stallion stands for $35,000. We've seen the Bolt Dioros be pretty precocious as well, and she's out of a Candy Ride mare, Sweet Factory, who won first time out. So I do appreciate that precocity, and as you said, she's had plenty of local drills and attracts the likes of Luis Saez for today's debut.
The 11 filly at 9-1, that is Uppercase for OXO Equine, another high-priced purchase for Mr. Larry Best here at the Keeneland November sale of 2020. Larry Best paid $260,000 for the American Pharaoh filly. She ran into Chocolate Gelato on debut, who was one of the better, if not the best, 2-year-old filly out on the East Coast during the summer at Saratoga. They then stashed her away, brought her back for just the 1 start so far this year. That was at Turfway. She had some work to do, ended up finishing 2nd on that afternoon. I think she builds off of that race and on to dirt here today. I'm always looking at the Corrales runners here at Keeneland. I think you've heard me say that more than a few times here during these Keeneland meets, but I think that there's a lot of upside for Uppercase, no pun intended, who is 9-1.
And she's a very attractive looking filly in the paddock, holds herself with a lot of confidence, and with that pedigree, Scott, being by American Pharaoh out of a Smart Strike mare, you certainly think that more distance would be suitable, and today she gets the 7 furlongs.
And then finally, Contrive for the Stone Street Stables, a filly by Liam's Map, bred by the Governor Brereton Jones, a $160,000 Keeneland November graduate from the 2020 sale. Liam's Map, Majestic Perfection, the cross there. This will be the first runner for this first Dam Privy Council, who was a winner during her racing career, but she's a filly that we've heard a bit of buzz about here since we came here on opening day, and Irad Ortiz Jr. Is going to take the call for this filly's debut.
And they're coming off of the heels of a very, very strong Gulfstream Park meet. So looking to continue that momentum here at the spring meeting at Keeneland. She does draw the rail post position at 7 furlongs. Not always an easy task, especially for a first-time starter. But if she has speed from that post position, she might be the one to catch and the one to bet.
Race number 2, less than 14 minutes to post, as they'll be starting the early pick 4 here today on opening day at Keeneland.
Fourth, North third down. A name has. Late jockey change in Keeneland's second race. Number 11, Uppercase, the jockey Florent Giroux. Keeneland's second race coming onto the track now. Late jockey change, the 11 Uppercase, Florent Giroux. Race 2, the Stonehaven Steadings. This is a maiden special weight 3-year-old filly, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering. Scratch the 1, Gather. Scratch the 5, Fracking Lucky. Scratch 13, Destined to Race. And scratch 16, Nikki MP. Jockey change on the 11, Uppercase. Florent Giroux rides the 11. A reminder, the 14 draws in, Lady Samaritan. Also, the 15 draws in, Afternoon Tea. Post time in about 3 minutes.
Showing post time for race number 2, but a couple of minutes before these fillies make their way to the starting gate. Contrive is where we begin. This is the filly that is favored 5-2. She looks lovely out there for Stone Street Stables. The Keeneland graduate, daughter of Liam's Map, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner here at Keeneland Racecourse back in 2015. Nothing to knock at all about the favorite. She looks great. Inside post, not ideal, but good horses have to overcome something. In most races, you've got to overcome something, and we'll see if she's able to do that here today, overcoming post position number 1. Let's move over to the number 4 horse. That is American Retro. Like the looks of this filly. Frankie Dettori in the saddle for Winchester Place Thoroughbreds and Ian Wilkes, another Keeneland graduate. She was a yearling September sales graduate from 2021. Can't get a good look at her because of the pony, but trust me, she is a nice-looking filly. She looks ready to roll. She's been training down in Florida at Palm Meadows. There's a good look at her in that yellow saddle cloth in the red, white, and blue of Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. So American Retro, based on looks, keep an eye on her here in race number 2. And then finally, the number 9 horse, Forenoon. Big, long filly, daughter of Arrogate from the second crop of Arrogates. 1 crop remaining with the 2-year-olds this year. Now, here's a filly that debuted going a 1-turn mile at Gulfstream Park. So she's got this experience at the 1-turn longer distance, if you will. She cuts back a furlong, but that might come into play here with her with a lot of first-time starters. And like I said, big, long filly. She's 7-2 on the tote board right now as the second choice. As we begin the early pick 4 on opening day, the pool quickly approaching $175,000.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Stonehaven Steading, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. They're off. There's Afternoon Tea up from the far outside. Domina, Contrive down toward the inside, now starts to move up. Uppercase puts ahead in front. Here's American Retro between horses to put ahead in front now, and Contrive moves with her against the rail. Afternoon Tea going to back away toward the outside into fourth. Active Lane is in fifth. Missile up the rail from sixth position. Stunningly seventh between horses. Rock the Nile far outside eighth. Forenoon is in ninth. Lady Samaritan a wide 10th onto the far turn. And then Beach Walkin' moves up from 11th down toward the inside. Domina now drops out 12th and last, 22.24 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Contrive is the leader. Contrive on the turn leads it by just a half length. American Retro is second, 3/4 of a length. Then Uppercase is third. Missile fourth back toward the inside, 2 lengths off the lead. Afternoon Tea is 4 from the front. Then a gap of 2.5 more to Beach Walkin' in fifth. A gap of 5 lengths more back to Active Lane. Forenoon is wide, still far back, a dozen from the lead. They turned for home. Contrive to the inside, but American Retro has moved on by her. And now, with a late run Afternoon Tea. She's been there since the start. She lingered about 5 lengths off the lead, now kicks in, and Afternoon Tea rolls on to put ahead in front. 16th to go. American Retro is fighting on. Afternoon Tea, American Retro. Afternoon Tea, American Retro. Afternoon Tea gets to the neck. American Retro was home second. Beach Walkin' across the line in third.
She took full advantage of the opportunity here today, drawing in off the also eligible for WinStar Farm, a homebred for WinStar by their stallion Speightstown Afternoon Tea, and Flavian Pratt scoring at 5-1, and a good run from the debuter American Retro on the far side with Frankie Dettori in the saddle.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 15 Afternoon Tea first, 4 American Retro second, 8 Beach Walk in third, 3 Missile was fourth. 15-4-8-3 unofficial. In the winner's circle, unofficial winner of Keeneland's second race, the Stonehaven Steadings 15 Afternoon Tea, owned and bred in Kentucky by WinStar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout. Rudolph Brisset, the trainer, and Flavian Pratt is the jockey. Afternoon Tea, a 3-year-old filly by Speightstown out of Dinah Zapper by Ghost Zapper. 1 minute 23.8 seconds, the time for the 7 furlongs. Race 2, results official. 15-4-8-3, the official results. And the winner's circle, the Stonehaven Steadings trophy presentation to the Connections of Afternoon Tea. direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Dr. Roz Akins, Black Male Working Academy Executive Director, is honored to accept a donation of $5,000 from Mr. John Crockett, President of LG&E and KU Energy, and Ms. Shannon Arvin, President and CEO of Keeneland. The mission of the Black Male Working Academy Incorporated is to educate, motivate, and activate the potential for excellence for their scholars. Based in Fayette County, they have grown into a regional program that also serves young men in Bourbon, Clark, Franklin, Jessamine, Scott, and Woodford counties. The Black Male Working Academy provides tutoring, mentoring, cultural and educational trips, along with social and emotional learning strategies. We thank the staff and educators for their dedication in supporting the youth in our central Kentucky communities. Keeneland's third race upcoming, doubled and pick 3 wagering featured here. This race at 1 mile and a 16th will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is fast, turf is good today. In the third race, scratch 7 closed caption and scratch 8 Cotton Candy Annie. Again, scratch 7 closed caption and scratch 8 Cotton Candy Annie. Fourth race has no changes. Race 5, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16, they did not draw into the race.
Up to race number 3 here at Keeneland on opening day, $110,000 purse, first level allowance condition at 1 mile and 1/16. So a first route race here in this new portion of the spring meet at Keeneland Racecourse. Hey, You Never Know is who you're taking a look at right now. She's 9-2 on the board for Winging a Prayer Racing. She spent the winter, in fact, she's only raced at Fairgrounds, started off in November of last year. I think that she sets the pace and does not look back, Gabby. I think first wire finish is really going to help her, obviously, with that speed. But let's hope that Corey Lannery can get her to the front, establish the lead, and keep on going.
I think that is the best case scenario for this filly, Scott. I still kind of question how far she wants to go at the end of the day, because sometimes her races, she seems like she does have that early speed and then she tapers off. But it could also be because she has been going against some really quality 3-year-olds like Pretty Mischievous, like the Alice Look, like South Lawn. These are graded stakes winners, and I do think she gets a class relief, and she should have the advantage from the rail post today with her speed.
She's 9-2 right now. Good price, about 4th choice in the wagering. The favorite is the number 3 horse. We've both got her in our top 3 selections. 2nd choice for me, 3rd choice for you. Comparative for Godolphin and trainer Brad Cox. She broke her maiden at Fairgrounds last time out, and she's another one that should show a little bit of forward momentum early on in the race, sit close in her racing, and we'll see if she can build off of that most recent performance, which was about a month and a half ago.
See, when I look at the maiden races that she's been competing in at the Fairgrounds, I don't think that they are as good of a quality as the races that Hey You Never Know is coming out of. To be honest, Scott, I thought that she just finally found the right field last time out to break her maiden. Yes, it was a visually flashy looking race, and she definitely improved in that performance, but sometimes that's what you do when you face easier company. She was a heavy favorite in that field. I don't think that this is an easy race for her today to face winners for the first time.
Forever Dixie, the number 6 horse for Mr. Mark Cassie and Mr. Oxley, a daughter of Quality Road, with Joel Rosario looking for his 2nd win or in the early portion of the card. He took the opener with Wesley Ward and Bledsoe with the 2-year-old. But here is a filly by Quality Road who was debuted on the 4th of July at Churchill Downs sprinting. She's obviously come on with her route races, and with that kind of pedigree, you would expect it. Comes off of a 4-month layoff back on dirt. We'll see how she handles it here today, but you've got to respect these connections and this kind of pedigree here at Keeneland on dirt.
It kind of just looked like she was getting better in the latter half of her 3-year-old season, and sometimes, or 2-year-old season, excuse me. And sometimes I like to see that when they transition at the age of 3. Her races were much better in November than they were in the summer when she started. And maybe that was because of the synthetic up at Woodbine, or maybe it was because she was just an improving filly. I think it's definitely true with Quality Road fillies that they do get better at 3, at 4 years old. So that was the approach that I took on the 6 Forever Dixie, that maybe she can move forward from those 3-year-old or 2-year-old performances last year.
Race number 3, first wire finish, short stretch. That first finish line is where they race to here in race number 3. Less than 11 minutes to post on opening day for the 3rd here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Fairlane Allowance Optional Claiming Race for a price of $100,000. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. 3-year-old fillies. Race will finish in the short stretch, the first wire. Scratch the 7 closed caption. Also scratch the 8 Cotton Candy Annie. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time at 6 minutes.
There are 2 fillies that perked up the most when they came out to the post parade, and starting with the 6, Forever Dixie, one of those 2, you could see that she's on her toes a bit here. In fact, there was a moment where it looked like she was going to break away from the post parade, but they've kept in line, and she's about to make the turn along with the others in front of her and the one behind her. But we'll see how she does as she starts to warm up. But nothing negative about this, but at least showing some energy, while so many of these other fillies were just out here walking, which again is not a bad thing. So the 6 horse is currently sitting at odds of 5-2 on the tote board. The number 9 horse, another one with solid energy, that is East Shore for Pipe Dream Racing. She looks a little short on form, but she did break her maiden at 55-1 at Churchill Downs back in October of last year. The subsequent races came on an off track, a sloppy track, so maybe that had something to do with the poor performances. She gets a fast track to work with here today in race number 3. Let's move over to the 3 horse if we can find her right quick. That is Comparative for Godolphin. There she is in the Godolphin blue, and Luis Saez. Gabby, we talked about her. She just broke her maiden. It took her some time to finally break through and break her maiden. Have you changed your mind at all with this filly as we approach post time?
A little bit, Scott, to be honest, because I did just speak to Brad Cox, and he said if you had asked him about this filly last fall, that he would have said, yeah, there's no way it would take this long for this filly to break her maiden because she just had so much talent. He said the trick in winning last time out was that she was in the race and she was forwardly placed. So I think that they're going to do the same tactic today.
Well, Luis Saez is phenomenal with getting horses away from the starting gate without really having to squeeze, push on them all that much. So now 9-5 on the Godolphin filly, homebred by Street Sense, their stallion Bernardini First Dam. A lot to like about this filly as she looks to go back-to-back in her career. Race number 3 coming up in less than 3 minutes.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 4th race. In the 4th race, a late scratch the 11 background. That is Keeneland's 4th race. Late scratch, the 11 background, scratched from race 4. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Fair Lane. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There's Hey You Never Know out for the early lead. Comparative is there in the opening strides as well. Hey You Never Know has the advantage, though, by a half length, headed down to the first turn. Comparative goes second. Mustang Lady slides over toward the inside in third to save some ground around the first turn. East Shore stays out toward the center of the track. Forever Dixie between horses, and further back, Chiquita Mosca trails, but right there with the rest, about 5 lengths from the front as they move midway on the first turn. Hey You Never Know is the leader by a length. Comparative second a length. East Shore third up on the outside by a neck, and then Mustang Lady, Forever Dixie, Chiquita Mosca just to the outside of Condone, who shuffled out to last. Opening quarter in 24.28 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Hey You Never Know has the lead, half length. Comparative there in second on the outside, 3/4 of a length. East Shore, center of the track, is in third. Mustang Lady fourth back toward the inside, 2 lengths off the lead. Forever Dixie still there between horses, but still in fifth. Chiquita Mosca sixth toward the far outside. Condone seventh against the rail. 48.63 seconds the time for the first half mile. On to the far turn. Hey You Never Know leads at 3/4 of a length. Comparative still there, has been there since the start, still second, now inches forward, a closer second. And next separates the top two around that far turn. Forever Dixie has moved from fifth into third, still 3 from the front though. Mustang Lady fourth toward her inside. Mustang Lady now moves up third and neck. Further back, Condone is fifth, 6 from the front, top of the short stretch. Hey You Never Know leads it. Comparative comes at her again from the outside. Mustang Lady, Forever Dixie is right alongside of that one. Here's Comparative in the final furlong, right alongside of Hey You Never Know. Hey You Never Know to the inside. Comparative right alongside. These two coming down to the wire. Comparative gets up to win it. Hey You Never Know second. Forever Dixie across the line in third. Mustang Lady was fourth.
Well, that similar approach to which we saw from her utilized at Fairgrounds back in late February works again here today. You talked about it, Gabby. She sat close. Brad said that was something that was a big difference for her in that last race, and she sat just off of Hey You Never Know, who ran a valiant race but was second best here today.
It took a little work by Luis Saez to hustle her out of the starting gate and let her know what she was supposed to do. But once she took a hold of the bridle, she really was on cruise control there and just stalking the pace of the one Hey You Never Know. She gets up for the win here. A decent price for trainer Brad Cox. 3-1-6 across the board.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 3, Comparative, was first. Number 1, Hey You Never Know, second. Number 6, Forever Dixie, third. Number 4, Mustang Lady, fourth. 3164, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Fairlane, the unofficial winner, number 3, Comparative. Owned and bred in Kentucky by Godolphin of Muhammad Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brad Cox, Luis Saez, the jockey. Comparative, 3-year-old filly by Street Sense, out of Collective by Bernardini. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.34 seconds. Third race results official. 3164, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Fairlane Trophy presentation to the connections of Comparative. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. On behalf of Keeneland Association, Vice President of Racing Gatewood Bell is presenting a check for $6,495 to the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Joining Gatewood in the winner's circle are members of the Keeneland Jockey Colony. Keeneland would like to thank the PDJF for its efforts to assist disabled riders and improve safety in racing. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, the turf listed good. Rail at 0 feet today on the turf course. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here in the fourth race. A reminder, scratch the 11 background. Scratch the 11 background. Race 5, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. That's race 5, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. No changes in race 6.
Race number 4, first turf race of the spring meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. Turf listed as good for our opening day. And this is a 1/16 allowance race. Camp Hope being bet down to 7-2. He's unbeaten here at Keeneland Racecourse. They tried him on the synthetic up at Turfway Park in the Kentucky Cup Classic, and just not as effective of a horse when running on the synthetic tracks, as you can clearly see in those last 2 races. But we know he loves it here. He won the Bryan Station back in 2021 in the during the fall meet, and would come back and win a 3rd-level allowance race on the 20th of April of last year. So it's been nearly a year since he's won a race, Gabby, but he's only run a few times since then. But this is his home track, and this is where he's at his best. 7-2 makes sense on Camp Hope.
Hey, he's 3 for 3 here over the Keeneland turf course. And honestly, last time out, he really didn't get a good trip. I think his race 2 starts back was good and kind of formful, but last time out at Turfway, he was down on the inside. He had trouble throughout, and then at the, by the time that Chris Landeros tried to ask him, I mean, there was no hope left, so he just kind of wrapped up on him. So a bad trip last time out, and also coming back to a turf that we know he loves.
Kenny McPeak also has Tiz the Bomb, the number 8 horse, Jimmy Graham, for Brookdale Racing. This is a horse that won the Bourbon Stakes back in 2021 here at Keeneland. His subsequent wins came up at Turfway Park on the synthetic. He won the Battaglia and the Jeff Ruby Stakes April of 2022. It's been a while since he's won, but I had multiple conversations with Kenny McPeak about this colt down at Fairgrounds, and he said that he was very excited about this campaign here in 2023. And I think, as we spoke about this morning on Today at Keeneland, you've got to pay attention to these horses that didn't necessarily run all that well at Fairgrounds, who have back form because of the way that turf course was set up, the slow times, the propensity of riders to try to get to the outside of the turf course where the turf was a little bit better. So I'll give him a pass on those 2 and see if this idea works, where we'll see this Fairgrounds form reverse moving up to the turf course here at Keeneland.
Yeah, for most of the meet at the Fairgrounds, they only carded 1 race. And the 1 race that they did card, they could only have a field of 8 with that removable rail set out at 34 feet. And Scott, as you mentioned, the riders were hugging the outside rail. That's just not really how North American turf racing is run and won, but that's how it was down there at the Fairgrounds. And I agree with you. I don't think this horse necessarily liked the surface down there. And who knows? I mean, he could be a completely different horse on this particular course today.
You've got the 10 Hosier as your second choice. He's a big price. He just clicked up to 21-1 for Rudy Brisset, son of Pioneer the Nile, with Florent Giroux in the saddle. His last 2 wins came late last year between Horseshoe Indianapolis, and he won the stakes race, the River City Handicap, and off the turf event at Churchill Downs back in November.
It's not so much because of his accomplishments, because I do think he's lacking a little bit, Scott. He's not quite at the top caliber as the rest of the field, but I like him because of his speed. He has natural speed, and there doesn't seem to be any pace in this race, and that's a dangerous thing in a turf race. I think this horse can be loose on the lead and hang on as long as he can at 26-1.
Let's move over to the number 4 horse, Duke of Hazzard, Joel Rosario, Wesley Ward. They took the opener. They're both looking for their second wins here on opening day. This is a 7-year-old son of Lope de Vega, one of the top European stallions. He's only got 1 win in the United States. That came at Kentucky Downs in a handicap event. He was then second on the good turf course up at Woodbine. Prior to that, was running against Stakes Company, including running against the Grade 1 winner Ivar. I just think that he's a nice horse. He's got class from not only his races here in the United States, but if you go to his races in the UK, he was running against horses like Ben Battle, Real World, and Lord Glitters. Those are Group 1 type horses, and I think Duke of Hazzard off the 5-month layoff, no concern there. Wesley's always got him ready to roll off the layoffs, whether it's coming into the spring meet or the fall meet here at Keeneland.
I don't know what to make of Duke of Hazzard. I don't know if he wants to go longer or if he wants to cut back to the mile. His best race by far was at Kentucky Downs going the mile, but that is kind of a different type of course, as we would say. There's a lot of hills and peaks and valleys at that track, and some horses like it, some don't. He clearly did. To me, at 1 1/16, he kind of just seems a little bit one pace. So I think the key to him is to be forwardly placed today, so he doesn't really have to have that turn of foot.
Fancy Liquor draws 1, post 1. Mike Maker for Skychai Racing and Sand Dollar Stables. Irad is in the saddles. They just call for riders up. Does he need to try to make the lead from post 1?
I think so too. That's why I use the 10 and the 1 as my alternatives here outside of the 2, who I think is the class here in Camp Hope. One of these 2 horses have to make the lead, and I think that, like I said, there's not a lot of pace in here. Whoever does make the lead can hold on for a piece of it.
First turf race of the meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, race number 4, less than 9 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 4th race, the Crestwood Allowance, 4-year-olds and up. Mile and a 16th over the turf, listed good. Rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. A reminder, scratch the 11 background. Again, scratch the 11 background. Post time, less than 5 minutes.
This is a classy-looking group of horses getting set to run on the turf course, and leading the way is Fancy Liquor. Brought him out onto the post parade, or led the post parade, I should say, as he draws post position number 1, and he is just a veteran, 6-year-old. This is only his 17th start, so fairly lightly raced for a horse of his age, but he looks brilliant out there. He knows what his job is. You can see he's taking the cues from Irad Ortiz Jr. as he's completed that quick warm-up on the far turn here at Keeneland Racecourse. But a gorgeous looking son of Looking at Lucky, bred and owned in part by Sky Chai Racing. Gotta like the way that he looks at odds of 9-1. We move away from the number 1 horse who's sitting at 9-1 on the tote board and go to another veteran of the game in here. That's Henley's Joy, the number 5 horse, a 7-year-old son of Kitten's Joy. Now, he's raced much more than the 1, 38 times in his career, and he most recently ran in the Mac Diarmida at Gulfstream Park. So a little class relief, one would think, from a grade 2 to this allowance condition, but still, this is a stakes type of group. Jeff Bloom's Bloom Racing stable looking for the win here at Keeneland Racecourse, and Flavian Pratt. So at 18-1, it's been some time since he's won a race, but he's run a couple of good races here at Keeneland in the past. Three runs at Keeneland on the turf course, 2 second-place finishes for the veteran Henley's Joy. And then the 12-horse Beatbox, part of the conversation this morning on Today at Keeneland. He was the sole horse on our Clocker reports. Working well here at Keeneland Racecourse. Gets back onto turf for just the second time in his career. He broke his maiden when still with Chad Brown at the Meadowlands back in 2021, and he's done nothing but run on synthetic since then between, well, only Turfway Park. So he's got turf form, working well, 10-1. Tyler Gaffleone, who excels on the turf course here at Keeneland, worth a look with that outside post, even as he sits at 9s now on the board. Less than a minute to post. Race number 4, our first turf race of the spring meet.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the Crestwood. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Fancy Liquor from the inside. Henley's Joy up close to the opening strides as well. Here comes Hosier to join them. Camp Hope going to back away into 4th as Beatbox moves by in 5th from the outside as they head down to the first turn. Fancy Liquor against the rail from that inside starting spot has a narrow lead. Hosier will go 2nd by 2 lengths. Camp Hope against the rail in the 3rd position midway on the first turn. Beatbox alongside that one is 4th. Henley's Joy in 5th. Kentucky goes to 6th toward the inside. Hurricane Dream 7th. Alongside that one, 7 lengths off the lead, a gap of nearly 3 more back to Eons in the 8th position. Tis the Bomb against the rail in 9th. Grays Creek is in 10th, and Duke of Hazard last of the 11, 22.52 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Midpoint of the backstretch, Fancy Liquor against the rail leads it by just a half length, and Hosier is there in second on the outside, a length and a half. Back to Camp Hope in third by just a neck, and then comes Beatbox on the outside. First half went in 46.14 seconds. On to the final turn they go. Fancy Liquor leads it by a half length. Hosier second, a length and a half. Beatbox tries to take third, moves up on the outside of Camp Hope, who's looking for more running room. Hurricane Dream, 5 lengths off the lead, tries to angle toward the outside in 5th. Kentucky Ghost is 6th. Eon 7th. Grays Creek is in 8th. Hindley's Joy and Traffic in 9th. Fancy Liquor is the leader. Camp Hope tries to come up the inside. Hurricane Dream on the outside. Kentucky Ghost needs running room. Grays Creek 5th on the far outside. Here's Hurricane Dream. Hurricane Dream has taken the lead and instantly opens up by 3. Duke of Hazard is running from far back to challenge for second, but well behind Hurricane Dream and Frankie Dettori. It's going to be close for second. Multiple horse photo to separate second, third, and fourth. 1 minute 40.6 seconds.
Hurricane Dream for Team Valor International. Graham Motion, the 6-year-old son of Hurricane Cat, has been a win machine over the course of his career. 7 wins from 20 starts, and the flying dismount about to be seen here in the Keeneland Winter Circle.
Very fun to see that for Frankie Dettori, but this horse put on an absolute show today, Scott. He had such a crazy turn of foot at the top of the stretch and go on to win by multiple lengths in the end. You don't see horses with this type of turn of foot and win by this many lengths in a turf race at Keeneland, but he won this easily in the end at 3-1.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. 7 Hurricane Dream was first. 1 Fancy Liquor was second. 4 Duke of Hazard third. 8 Tis the Bomb was fourth. 7-1-4-8 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's fourth race. The Crestwood, number 7 Hurricane Dream, owned by Team Valor International of Barry Irwin, trained by Graham Motion, Frankie Dettori, the jockey. Hurricane Dream, 6-year-old gelded son of Hurricane Cat out of Shalimara by Sayuni, bred in France by Marie-Laurence Auger and Andre Braca. Results are official. The time, 1 minute 40.6 seconds for a mile and a 16th over the turf listed good. Results official, 7-1-4-8 official. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Crestwood to the connections of Hurricane Dream. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. This will start the pick 6. Double and pick 3 wagering also offered here. Main track is fast and the turf listed good today. In race 5, a reminder, take out the also eligibles numbers 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Looking ahead to race 6, no changes in that 6th event. No changes in race 7, the Lafayette. Race 8, the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. Scratch the 11, Carl Spackler. That's race 8. Scratch the 11, Carl Spackler. Featured 9th race, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. No changes. Checking the 10th and final race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 5 on the card here on opening day at Keeneland Racecourse. This 5th race does start the pick 6 on opening day, $1 minimum wager. And word is out that Vava is supposed to run a big race, because this is a filly for Cherie DeVoe and Belladonna Racing, Ed Hudson Jr., who cuts back in distance. I had her on top, Gabby. I thought I was getting sneaky here. She was 9-5 a minute ago. She's 2-1 right now. Expectations are high with this Gunrunner filly as she turns back to a one-turn race here today.
I was expecting a shorter price on Vava just because she has been running in stakes races, whereas some of these fillies in here either have been running against Allowance Company or just broke their maiden. She ran 3rd in the Untappable against Pretty Mischievous, who would come back to take the Grade 2 Rachel Alexandra. Those were tough races down there, especially when you compare them to the field that she faces today. My question is, what's Louis going to do with her? I don't know what her preferred running style is, if she likes to come from off of it, if she likes to be forwardly placed. I think the class relief is just significant.
I think she'll sit fairly close. That's at least my hopes, but we don't know until they run the race. Obviously, that's why they play the game. Race number 5, as we move on to the number 5 horse, that's Half a Chance for CJ Thoroughbreds and Wesley Ward. Now, I had a conversation with some of the connections here. Corey Johnson is the owner of CJ Thoroughbreds. Corey Johnson speaking to some of his partners, saying that maybe the lights got to her. There was a delay before the start of that race. She was facing colts in that situation. She showed speed. She backed up. But there's clearly more to this filly, more talent than what we saw from her in that Turfway race. Perhaps just getting back to dirt is going to be a big plus for the flatter filly. But when you're able to win at Saratoga as a 2-year-old in a maiden special weight, you've got some ability. And I think we'll see that here today at 9-1 on Half a Chance with Johnny Velasquez.
There's a lot of speed in here, but she might be the fastest of all, especially at 6.5 furlongs. My fear for her, Scott, is not necessarily her talent. I think she's very good, as she showed on the dirt, as you mentioned, breaking her maiden at Saratoga. It's a 6.5 furlong. She's really going to have to gun it from the get-go. Will she get tired with this extra half a furlong?
Zayarati is the 8-horse Irad Ortiz Jr., Robert Falcone Jr. She was a flashy winner on debut at Aqueduct, earned a very fast number that day. But what happened in her subsequent start in the Busher Invitational? Is it as simple as saying it was the mud?
The mud, maybe she got caught up in a pretty quick pace. It could have been a couple of things, could have been the level of competition as well. I just can't get past her debut, which was at 7 furlongs, and maybe she just wants to go a little bit shorter too. So Rob Falcone turning her back in distance from the mile to the 6.5 furlongs. She will have to show a rating deer, though. That was my concern with her, is I think there are faster fillies early here today.
And then Rowtown, the 11-horse, she took a big leap forward in her second start. She caught a sloppy track on debut, was 4th that day. In her second start, she got Lasix, the race day medication. She gets Lasix, obviously, again here today for Brian Lynch. Outside draw. She'll probably sit forward from that outside post with Tyler Gaffleone, soon to be in the saddle. And she's 8-1 on the board. I mean, this is what you get at Keeneland. You get quality horses with quality form like she does at prices like this. There's very few places that you would see a filly with this kind of form sitting at 8-1 on the tote board, and she'll probably hover in that vicinity once we get down to post time in race number 5.
Even the last winner for Grand Motion and Frankie Dettori, you got over $8 for that winner, and you know that he was coming out of the Pegasus World Cup turf, so it was very, very tough. Looking at this field, though, the 11 Rowtown, I liked the improvement from her first start to her second start. It just looked like the light bulb went on, and she totally figured it out in her second start, and that's encouraging for her to face winners today for the first time.
Again, race number 5 starts the first pick 6 of the meet. $1 minimum wager for the final 6 races of the day. Of those 6, still 3 stakes races to come, highlighted by the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland for 3-year-old fillies looking to punch their ticket to the Kentucky Oaks over at Churchill Downs. Less than 10 minutes to post race number 5 here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Stone Farm. Allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000. 3-year-old fillies, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. Main track fast turf good. A reminder in race 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time 5 minutes.
Now less than 2 minutes away from the start of the pick 6. Race number 5 begins it. We're looking at the number 5 horse right now on course. That is Half a Chance. She is a sprinter through and through from a build perspective, like the energy that she showed when she came out for the post parade. And she's well within herself now. As we mentioned, she had to go through a significant delay prior to that race at Turfway Park. Back on dirt, look for a big run from her, 8-1. She certainly looks like she could be the quickest in this race. That's the number 5 horse, Half a Chance. Good look at the filly now for CJ Thoroughbreds. There's the number 2 horse, Positano Sunset. Now, a filly that's going to be featured in today's Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland is Julia Shining, the full sister to Malathat, the multiple champion filly. Julia Shining beat this filly back in the fall here at Keeneland Racecourse, and Positano Sunset got in all kinds of trouble down the backstretch. So you cannot ignore this filly here today for Ian Wilkes. She was most recently 6th beat 11 lengths in the Devonadale at Gulfstream Park. She cuts back in distance, drops down in class, and she backed up that performance behind Julia Shining by breaking her maiden in her next career start. So watch out for Positano Sunset, 5-1 on the board with Julian Le Peru. We'll quickly touch on the number 9 horse, Just Like Magic. She's another one that I think you've got to respect. The extra half a furlong should come into play for her. She's continued to look like this. Neck bowed. She did so when she came out with the pony, and she's alongside Harley, one of the stars here at Keeneland at each and every meet. She's 36-1. Edgar Morales for Tom Amos, and Joe Politti. And then, Gabby, let's move over to the 8-horse for Robert Falcone Jr. at 5-2. Ziarati, a filly by Into Mischief with Irad in the saddle. What did Falcone have to say about this filly?
Yeah, he just said that she didn't like the track last time out. That sometimes when the Aqueduct main track gets a lot of rain, a lot of moisture, it can become a really soupy and difficult track to get over. And he said that was certainly the case. She did not look like she handled it that day. And even Trevor McCarthy came back and said that she didn't like the track. So he said he draws a line through it. This is a very nice filly, very fast filly, and he hopes to see her in the first flight of horses today.
Flashy filly as well with that white marking on her face. Less than a minute now, post time for race number 5, start of the pick 6.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Stone Farm. Start of the pick 6. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Vava from between horses. Black Forest is right there. Peacock Alley up close in the opening strides. Roadtown is there in 4th as they head up the back stretch. Vava between horses has a neck just in front. But here comes Black Forest to the inside. Peacock Alley 3rd up on the outside. Roadtown in 4th. Bobby Sox is there in 5th position. Charlie May is 6th down toward the inside. Close quarters racing there for Bobby Sox, who had to check in between horses. Drops back into 7th. Half a chance is 8th and in some traffic just over 6 lengths from the lead to the far turn. Peacock Glass, Secret Statement going 3 wide for the back of the pack, 7 from the front. Ziarati is running along next to last with a lot of work to do, and just like Magic Trails, 22.51 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Black Forest to the inside of Vava off the far turn. Peacock Alley 3rd, stalking them a length off the front pair. Has to angle wider still. Positano Sunset in behind the front trio, looking for some running room. Here comes Peacock Glass, a late run 5th down the outside, but Vava has the lead. 1/8 of a mile to go. Vava by 2 by a length and a half. Positano Sunset 2nd. Down to these 2. 16th pole. Vava, Positano Sunset. Vava a neck in front. Positano Sunset coming on. Positano Sunset gets up. Grabs it a half length on the line from Vava, who was home 2nd, and Peacock Glass home 3rd.
Well, Vava ran her race, but she was just second best here today to Positano Sunset, who we saw run such a credible race last fall at Keeneland behind Julia Shining, the daughter of Golden Sense. Very impressive today as she picks up win number 2 of her career.
Yeah, Vava looked like she was spurting clear from the rest of the field. It took a couple of strides for Positano Sunset to get going, but once she did, she had an incredible turn of foot to turn the tables on Vava coming down the lane. 2:06.10 across the finish line.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: 2 Positano Sunset was first, 6 Vava was second, 10 Peacock last, third, and the 1 Charlie May fourth. 2, 6, 10, 1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Stone Farm, the unofficial winner, number 2, Positano Sunset, owned by the Six Column Stables LLC of Brad Stevens, owned also by Randall Block, John Seiler, and David Hall, trained by Ian Wilkes, the jockey Julian Leperoux. Positano Sunset, 3-year-old filly by Golden Sense out of Giggle and Gal by Consolidator, bred in Kentucky by John Seiler, Randy Block, Trish Henson, Brad Stevens, and Dave Hall. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 16.74 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Stone Farm to the connections of Positano Sunset. Results of race 5 official. 2, 6, 10, 1, the official results. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5 and also the start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. Turf is listed good today. Rail at 0 feet. No changes in race 6. Looking ahead, no changes in race 7, the Lafayette. Checking race 8, the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. Scratch number 11, Carl Spackler. Scratch the 11, Carl Spackler. Featured 9th race, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland has no changes. 10th and final race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 6, this group down in the paddock here at Keeneland, less than 16 minutes to post. A reminder, this 6th race will begin the late pick 5 today on opening day. Always a wonderful opportunity to make some money over the course of the last 5 races of the day, and we've got 3 races which are stakes events still to come. We're looking at Coffee Maker, the 8-horse, the Jimmy Creed filly for Gregory Kaufman and Wesley Ward, and once again we'll team up with Johnny Velasquez. This is a filly that we've seen run now what will be her 3rd time at Keeneland. She's run twice in the past. They always have to bring her over in this faux saddle and saddle her on the walk. She can get a little bit worked up before the race, but the bottom line is, Gabby, she's a runner. The only time that she did not finish in the top 3 was when she ran in the Group 2 Coventry Stakes over at Royal Ascot in the summer of 2021. She hasn't been seen since the fall meet at Keeneland when she won a first-level allowance race going wire to wire. We know that Wesley always gears up for these Keeneland meets, so coming off the layoff, not a concern. So Coffee Maker, like I said, if she starts to get a little rambunctious and she's starting to get on her toes down here in the paddock, that has to be viewed, I think, as a positive sign at this point in her career.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's not abnormal for her, but you definitely don't want her to absolutely lose it, especially considering that she has not raced since the fall. So hopefully that she can mind her manners and just be on her toes. I think that is an okay sign, a positive sign, considering her history. She looked like she was improving last year. I mean, her lone race back in 2022 was rock solid, and she's just a filly that's been very lightly raced throughout her career. She ran 3 times the year prior to that, or I should say 5 times the year prior to that, and only once last year. So I do think it's encouraging to see her kick off early in the year. Wesley Ward has her ready for the springtime, and it could mean a really strong season ahead.
You've got the 3-horse Nota Bene on top. Luis Saez, Ian Wilkes, Valley Partners LLC, the ownership group with this declaration of war mare. She comes from off the pace. That seems to be an established bit of tactics that we're going to see from this Keeneland graduate from the January sale of 2022.
And that could pose as a little bit of a problem, but I do think Coffee Maker, Laugh and Play is quite fast. Her World is quite fast. She'll be able to get a little bit of pace to run into. I do think that this turf course is a little bit more kind to closers versus the 5 furlong turf sprint that she comes out of down at Gulfstream Park. And on top of that, Scott, she was away awkwardly, and then in that regard, she had to swing very, very wide. The winner went wire to wire. There was a lot against her last time out. I think she gets a better setup today at a price.
Laugh and Play, let's move over to her. She's the 4-horse, 7-1 on the board right now for David Studeker, Paradise Farms, Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffalione. Names that we mention in combination so often here at Keeneland in success stories. Now, she comes into this race off of a 15-length defeat on the synthetic at Turfway Park. That's a bit concerning, but we've seen this filly bounce back from disappointing efforts and win races. I mean, all you have to do is take a look at her last 3, and she looks to be the kind that needs to try to make the lead. She needs to make the lead, I think, to be successful in here as she just clicks up to 8-1.
And can she make the lead against horses like the 6 Her World or the 8 Coffee Maker, who went wire to wire in victory her last race? That is the question for me. And also it's a question of class, Scott. I think it took her a really long time to get through the A other than condition, and she might have been a little exposed last time out against 2 other than company. This is a tough race today.
Her World, let's move to her, the 6, 3-1 on the board right now. That makes her the current 2nd choice, and she probably won't move from that position in the win wagering. She broke her maiden on debut in the Tyro Stakes, a stake that occurs at Monmouth Park at the beginning of August, and we see Wesley send a lot of 2-year-olds in that direction. She was behind Rithen in the Limestone Stakes back in April of last year. She shows speed. That seems to be her game, and she did finally come together with a good effort last time out to win after being disappointing in her previous 2 between a Monmouth allowance race and a Turfway allowance race.
Today, if she is not the favorite, it will be the first time that has happened in her 5-race career. She has gone off as the heavy favorite in some instances multiple times in her career. She is a filly that I think is on the upswing, at least judging by her last race. I think the turf is a stronger surface for her. So considering that she won impressively last time out, I think that will catapult her forward, coming back to a surface she likes this afternoon.
And then Frozen Solid, the number 2, she's 5-1 on the board. She's getting plenty of attention for Susan and Jim Hill and Brian Lynch. She settles and she runs on. She's a filly that has never made the lead. I don't see Kevin Krieger changing things up and trying to do something different than what has worked for this frosted filly. She's won her last 2. That's happened down at Gulfstream Park. Nice to see Kevin Krieger here at Keeneland Racecourse. One of his biggest successes, if not the biggest of his career, came 10 years ago, almost to the day when he won the Santa Anita Derby in 2013 with the now well-established stallion Golden Sense.
Yeah, that was a very special moment for Kevin, and I agree with you. Good to see him here at Keeneland. And Frozen Solid, I guess the biggest question is, can she translate that form on the very firm surface down at Gulfstream that tends to be a little bit speed favoring to the surface here that I think is playing pretty fairly, and it is listed as good. Sometimes that can be the toughest transition, going from that hard surface to a softer surface like we have at Keeneland. So we'll see. Scott, I think this is a very tough way to kick off not only the pick 5, but also that Keeneland Turf pick 3, a $3 wager. I know the betting public is really liking Coffee Maker at 6 to 5, but in my opinion, I think you have to have a little bit more coverage than just her.
Coffee Maker has behaved herself. She has been saddled up. In fact, they've all been saddled up. Sans Her World. She just moved into the all-weather stall, the number 6 horse for Wesley Ward. So Wesley, having to saddle a couple of fillies in this race, now moves his attention over to the Caravaggio filly, Her World, who will be saddled up here for race number 6. Very good group of fillies getting set to sprint on the turf course and start today's late pick 5 here at Keeneland. Okay.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the 4-star, and allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, also start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. No changes here in race 6. Post time in 3 minutes.
Taking a look at the field, warming up on the track for the 6th race as we are 2 minutes out. And here's your favorite, the 8 Coffee Maker for trainer Wesley Ward, already with a winner today, won the opener in the baby race. He sends out 2 horses in here, and Coffee Maker has been known to kind of lose her cool in the afternoon. She can get riled up in the paddock. She can also get riled up on the track. Right now, she's staying with the pony, and she seemingly is calm this afternoon. But one thing to note, she's getting very warm, and sometimes that is a sign of nervousness, of nervous energy. She's really washed out by the saddle and by her neck as well, and you don't always like to see that. She is coming in off that long layoff, and like I said, she hasn't always been the best actor in the afternoon. But I think something really important to note is, what do her energy levels look like when she approaches the starting gate before this race? Because sometimes horses can get so nervous they run their race before they even enter the starting gate. We'll see what she does this afternoon at even money. The 6, Her World, I thought she made a really lovely appearance. She's definitely a filly that's on her toes. She kind of has been holding her head high. She looks like she has a little bit of an attitude this afternoon as well, and giving Irad Ortiz Jr. a little bit of a handful here. She has been a little bit of a handful, but I like her. She looks very fit. She looks racy. She looks good to go here for trainer Wesley Ward. And then finally, a horse that we didn't necessarily touch on the front side and the paddock side is a 5, Dressed. Now, this filly hasn't raced, or she is coming in off a little bit of a freshening. We haven't seen her since early February, and that was her 2nd race off of a long layoff. She has not had the opportunity to come back to the turf. And when you look at her lone turf sprint, or her most recent turf sprint, I should say, it was dated back to 2021 at Kentucky Downs. And she won that race by open lengths. Joe Rosario happened to be aboard her for that victory, and he's back aboard the first time since then this afternoon. She just looked calm. She had a lovely demeanor. A couple of the fillies in here were kind of acting up and really on her toes, but she was conducting herself with a lot of class and confidence this afternoon, and that really does go a long way, especially when we're talking about big long shots, as she is on the board at 22-1. Just some thoughts prior to race 6. Of course, this race does kick off that pick 5 and also the $3 Keeneland turf pick 3. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the 4-star. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. Her World and Coffee Maker. They go 1-2 coming away from the starting gate. Laugh and Play is away third, and Awesome Lawson fourth down toward the inside. It'll be Her World with the lead, though. Her World, a lane off the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length. Coffee Maker to her outside. Awesome Lawson moves up a closer third, down toward the rail. Laugh and Play is in fourth. Linguistic is 3 wide, headed to the far turn in fifth. Frozen Solid sixth. Nota Bene is seventh. Covenant Lady is eighth, and Dressed is last of the 9. The opening quarter, 21.77 seconds. Her World is the leader by a length around the far turn. Coffee Maker second, 3/4 of a length. Laugh and Play is third ahead. Awesome Lawson fourth to her inside. Now Frozen Solid has to go to the outside off the far turn. Here comes Coffee Maker now down the outside trying to catch Her World. Nota Bene is going to run toward the rail but is still 2 lengths away in third. Linguistic is in fourth position. Her World in front. Her World chased by Nota Bene, who's there to the inside but a length away. Her World, Nota Bene, Linguistic on the outside. Her World chased by Nota Bene. Her World and Nota Bene just heads apart across the line in 1 minute 2.94 seconds.
Her World just kept on going. The gray filly by Caravaggio, the Keeneland graduate from the January sale of 2022. Her stablemate kept up with her as long as she possibly could. She backs down. Her World keeps going, and she strikes at odds of 2-1.
I was shocked. They just let her lope along on the front end, just uncontested. She looked so comfortable out there, and that gave her enough to really hang on deep stretch because the 3, Nota Bene, was closing that gap very quickly, but she could not get up in time. 2-1 on your winner, the 6, Her World.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 6, Her World, was first. Number 3, Nota Bene, was second. Number 7, Linguistic, third. Number 8, Coffee Maker, 4th. 6378, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 6th race official. 6378, the official results. In the winner's circle, official winner of race 6, the 4-star. Number 6, Her World, owned by Andrew Farm of Richard Brody, owned by For the People Racing Stable LLC of Mike Morgan, owned by Windmill Manor Farm Rick Embert. Wesley Ward, the trainer, his 2nd win on the card. The jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. Her World, a 4-year-old filly by Caravaggio, out of Mundus Novus by Unbridled Song, bred in Ireland by Lynch Bodge Limited and Rhinestone Bloodstock. Keeneland January graduate, 1 minute 2.94 seconds, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. In the winner's circle, the 4-star trophy presentation to the connections of Her World. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, 75th running of the Lafayette Stakes. Main track is fast, turf listed good. Double pick 3, start of the late pick 4. No changes in race 7. 8th race, the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. A reminder, scratch 11, Carl Spackler. That's race 8. Scratch 11, Carl Spackler. Featured 9th race, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland has no changes. 10th and final event, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Stakes action for 2023 here at Keeneland begins with the Lafayette Stakes. $400,000 purse, 3-year-olds going 7 furlongs. Also starts our late pick 4, and 3 of those 4 races, stakes races, including the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes and the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. We start, though, with the Lafayette and Gulfport. He's my top selection. He's 3-1 on the board right now. This is a son of Uncle Mo who hasn't raced in about 6 months. He was so impressive in his first 2 starts. He's not been able to replicate that, Gabby, but he's run against some very stiff competition, including Forte and Blazing Sevens, who will be running in tomorrow's Toyota Bluegrass Stakes here at Keeneland Racecourse. I just think that he's going to bounce back off the layoff, back to sprinting at 7 furlongs after that mile attempt. A lot of upside, in my opinion, with Gulfports with Tyler Gaffalione, and 3-1's not a bad price for a horse that won the Bashford Manor by a dozen lengths at Churchill back in July.
Yeah, he's a very nice horse, Scott. To finish second to Forte, who obviously would go on to become champion 2-year-old of last year and go on to be the Kentucky Derby favorite of this year. That just goes to show you the class that this horse has. Now, off the layoff, I think he has to go to the inside. Does he get pace pressure? Is there any other horse that's fast enough to keep him honest on the front end? I think so. I think Hijazi is probably going to be on him the whole time. So we'll see how it plays out. But I think one thing that's really encouraging, Scott, about him is that the last time he did draw the rail, he opened up on the field, and that was the day that he ran his best race in the Bashford Manor, winning by over 12.
Almost 4.5 hours ago, you said, what about Determinedly? This is your best bet of opening day. Is my memory serving me correctly, the number 4 horse here in the Lafayette?
I love him today. I really do. You know, when you get kind of fixated on horses and you hope that they do one thing. He's one of them.
We've got one tomorrow.
Run Classic.
Yes, right.
We have been hoping and praying that Run Classic would turn back in distance, and it's the same case for Determinedly. I think he's a very good horse. Back in the gun runner at the fairgrounds in December, he ran 3rd to Jace's Road. Race Kane obviously came back to win the Gotham, and he's going to be running in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass tomorrow. He's been right there against quality horses at a distance that he doesn't necessarily like. On the turn back today, he's going to be sitting on a big one.
Corona Bolt, the number 5 horse, he won the Sugar Bowl Stakes at the beginning of the meet at Fairgrounds on the 26th of December. They tried him in the Southwest. You always got to try with the 3-year-old or soon-to-be 3-year-old, which he was at the time back in January, obviously from that 2-year-old stakes win in the Sugar Bowl. But you've always got to give him a go to see if you've got a Derby-type horse. Didn't work out that day. And the encouraging thing about Corona Bolt is he bounced back immediately. I know it wasn't the type of runners that he's facing today, but sometimes it takes horses a few races. They get discouraged, whatever it is, to get back into that rhythm. Not the case with Corona Bolt for Stone Street Stables, as he was able to win that 6-furlong event at Oaklawn in a snappy time, 1:09.2, and he beat older horses on that afternoon as well.
It was a very fast final time. And look at the interior fractions as well, going 6 furlongs, 21-3, 45-1. I mentioned that Hijazi might be keeping Gulfport honest on the front end, but that very well could be the responsibility of Corona Bolt. He is so naturally fast, and the more I look at this race, there is a lot of pace signed on for the 7/8 test.
Bob Baffert has Hijazi back under his care. That's the Zidane Racing Stable-owned son of Bernardini, who is the 9-5 favorite. Now, he's only won 1 of 5 races lifetime, but in his defense, those that have beat him have been very good horses. He lost to Speedboat Beach, a Baffert horse, back in start 2 of his career. He lost to Cave Rock as a maiden when Baffert went 1-2-3 in the Grade 1 American Pharoah, and Cave Rock would come out of that race and become the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, ultimately losing to Forte, but finishing in the top 3. And then most recently, Hijazi ran in the Grade 2 San Felipe and was 4th after setting the pace behind Practical Move, who will be the favorite for the Santa Anita Derby tomorrow. So beaten by good horses, but more than anything, the cut back in distance is going to be a plus for him because Baffert horses just always seem to keep on going. So 7 furlongs shouldn't be an issue, and wouldn't be shocked to see him make the lead or sit very close to the lead in this Lafayette Stakes.
He's so fast, and he has the ability to go very fast. I mentioned the fractions of the other horse, but Hijazi managed to set those 21-4 opening quarter fractions, going 6.5 furlongs over a good listed main track back at Santa Anita when he broke his maiden. He's fast. I mentioned there's several horses in here that like to be on the lead or at least forwardly placed. We could see a very contentious and very fast pace today. But Hejazi, of course, has a lot of class. That's what you get this time of year, Scott. You get horses that have been going against horses that you might potentially see in the starting gate in the Kentucky Derby that need to turn back in distance, and that's a perfect example of what this field is comprised of.
Yeah, I mean, these are horses we could easily see in a race like the Pat Day Mile in a month at Churchill Downs and big Grade 1 races later on this summer over at Saratoga. So a good group coming together in the Lafayette Stakes. Started the late pick 4, and we're less than 13 minutes from post time.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 75th running of the Lafayette Stakes, 3-year-olds, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is good today. No changes in race 7. Post time at 6 minutes. Now the post parade for the Lexington or the Lafayette Stakes, race 7. Number 1, Gulfport, is owned by William and Corinne Heiligbrot, by Jackpot Farm of Terry Green, Whispering Oaks Farm LLC of Carol Castile, Coolmore Stud Mike Ryan, Steve Asmussen trains, and Tyler Gaffalione is the jockey. 2, Lugan Knight, owned by BG Stables of George Yeager, the trainer Michael McCarthy, the jockey Luis Saez. 3, Hijazi, owned by Zidane Racing Stables of Amr Zidane, trained by Bob Baffert, jockey John Velasquez. 4, Determinedly, owned by John Oxley, trained by Mark Cassie, jockey Flavian Pratt. 5, Corona Bolt, owned by Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux to ride. 6, Freezing Point, owned by Randy Gilgutzeit, trained by Joe Lazarowitz, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. 7, Hurricane J, owned by Ammo Racing USA of Kia Jarabchin, Paulo Lobo, the trainer, and Joe Talamo, the jockey. Post time, less than 5 minutes.
Horses on the track warming up for the upcoming stakes race, and we'll start the conversation off with the number 1, Gulfport. Man, does this horse look good. He looks incredibly fit off of the layoff. Again, his last race was back at the beginning of October in the Grade 1 Champagne. He is cranked. Watching him walk out to the main track today, he just looks like he is a little rocket ready to blast off, Scott. I was very impressed by Gulfport, and it also looks like he is ready and raring to go, and looks to me at least that he's going to show speed from the rail.
Well, I was just speaking to Steve Asmussen, his trainer. He said he hopes that the speed sets up out in front of him. He hopes that Baffert's horse and Brad Cox's horse hook up, and he's able to tuck back behind him. But yeah, he looked gorgeous. I asked Steve, has he changed much? Things of that nature, having not run in 6 months. And he said he's a talented horse. And he also said that watching what Forte has been able to do has softened those blows from those defeats that we've seen from him as of late. But yeah, he looks like he's sitting on go as he sits at odds of 3-1, and he should be able to get that kind of setup that Steve Asmussen's looking for.
Looking at him as a physical and just how he behaves on the track, he looks like that prototypical Steve sprinter. Now let's transition to the 3, Hijazi. Scott, I was very impressed by this horse's demeanor. Sometimes I struggle with horses on the track once they kind of come to the main track in their warm-ups. Do you want them to be on their toes? Do you want them to be fired up and ready to go? Or do you want a horse to be kind of calm and collected on the track? Because that's what I'm seeing from him. Usually we don't see that type of temperament for sprinters all the time, but he does seem very calm.
I'm not sure what to make of the scenario that we find ourselves in. I mean, I think if it was a bit of concern, we might see a different style of warm-up from him, the way that they're proceeding with him and Johnny Velasquez in the saddle. But, you know, it's tough to tell. He's not one of these horses that I've had much experience spending time with back on the West Coast, but we'll see how it plays out. But, I mean, Bob Baffert knows what he's doing. He would not be here if he didn't have a big opportunity ahead of him to run and win a race like this here at Keeneland today.
Absolutely, and he has so much natural speed that he belongs at this distance. Last but not least, the 5, Corona Bolt, another one. Man, he looks so good. He's out there swishing his tail, has his head up in the air, ears forward. He just has a lot of confidence about himself on the track, and also when you look at his coat, so one thing that I always like to look at, it's just healthy, shiny. He just looks picture perfect this afternoon, Scott. When I was looking at these 3 3 favorites on the board, whether it be the 5, the 3, or the 1. I had a really tough time between the 3 because they're all different, but they all look perfectly turned out today.
But that's what you get when you come into $400,000 stakes races with 3-year-olds of this quality. You're getting some of the best that are going right now. So looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing how it shakes out. Start of the late pick 4 coming close to $350,000. Wouldn't be shocked if it settled at $500,000 plus for the late pick 4 here on opening day at Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 75th running of the Lafayette Stakes, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off in the Lafayette Stakes. Gulfport comes out for the lead right there in the opening strides. Corona Bolt now kicks in up toward the outside. Here's Lugan Knight. There's Hurricane J, extreme outside moving forward. Corona Bolt, between horses, has the lead by a half length up the back stretch. Here's Hurricane J now taking second by a neck. And then Gulfport in third. Hijazi starts moving out in the center of the track. 5th to 4th, the 3rd to 2nd. Less than a length off the lead, now drawing alongside the leader. Further back, Freezing Point will be wide to the far turn, next to last, just 3.5 lengths from the front, and a gap of 7 more back to Determinedly, who is the trailer. 22.28 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Corona Bolt is the leader, a half-length midway on the far turn. Hijazi is there up on the outside and again starts to challenge for the lead. Hurricane J is close in between that pair. Freezing Point, 4th, tries to pick up the leaders. Angles out to the center of the track, goes to 3rd, still 3 lengths off the lead to the top of the stretch. Lugan Knight has to go to the center of the track. Gulfport is 5 from the front. Hijazi head in front. Corona Bolt fighting back to the inside. Freezing Point is trying, but still 3rd. Final furlong of the Lafayette. Corona Bolt fights on. Hijazi right alongside. They continue to go at it. 16th to go. Corona Bolt has the lead. Corona Bolt, Florent Giroux to win it. Hijazi was home 2nd. Freezing Point was 3rd. 1 minute 23.21 seconds.
$5.36 led by Corona Bolt in the Lafayette Stakes as he showed some speed. He got the competition to his outside in Hijazi, but he turns him away. Even though it looked like for a second Hijazi had put himself in front of him, Corona Bolt battles on and wins this one for Brad Cox and Stone Street Stables.
The difference was the trip. Corona Bolt went up straight to the lead, set the tempo, and he was able to control the race, whereas Hijazi, he broke a little bit flat-footed and then was on the chase from the get-go. That gave Corona Bolt a little bit of a breather and an opportunity at that second win coming down the stretch. He fights back to get up for the victory at 2-1 over the 3 Hijazi at 7-5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 5, Corona Bolt, was first. Number 3, Hijazi, second. Number 6, Freezing Point, third. Number 2, Lugan Knight, was fourth. 5-3-6-2 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 7th race, the 75th running of the Lafayette Stakes in the winner's circle, number 5, Corona Bolt, owned by the Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Brad Cox for his second winner on the card, the jockey Florent Giroux. Corona Bolt, a 3-year-old son of Bolt Doro out of Storm Before the Calm by Quiet American. Winner bred in Florida by Summerfield Sales Agency Incorporated, Andy Tarrip Stables. Keeneland, November weanling. Corona Bolt, 7 furlongs, 1 minute 23.21 seconds. Results official for race 7, 5-3-6-2, the official results. Mark Stoops, head coach, University of Kentucky football, makes the trophy presentation for the Lafayette to the connections of Corona Bolt.
Corona Bolt taking the first stake of the spring meet here at Keeneland, doing it in the Lafayette Stakes for Brad Cox and the Florent Giroux. Seemed pretty straightforward. How sharp was he away from the starting gate, Flo?
It was great. Usually that's a little bit of his weakness. Sometimes he doesn't get away very fast. But today I thought he took a very step forward and really broke very sharp for me, which allowed me to take command, right from the beginning. From there, I thought the pressure, was pretty honest. I can feel two horses on my outside, Mr. Buffer horse, at the beginning. And after that, Joe Talamo and Paulo putting some pressure, keeping me busy. But I really thought, I was able to take a nice little bit breather in a turn. And he was very, very brave at the end. I really felt like he could have get past. And when he switched lead, he found another gear. And he was very, very brave all the way to the end.
Job well done.
Thank you.
Brad, this is a horse that's been brilliant sprinting. You've tried him long. Obviously, things didn't go the way that you would hope for. When you've got a horse like that you've got to refocus back on sprinting, what is it like transitioning back to that as you have in his last few?
I think he's meant to be a one-turn horse. I really do. And when you do that, I think you kind of, you have to breeze him a little sharper, maybe not train him quite as much throughout the week. But overall, I think he's kind of found his thing around one turn. Not sure for how far he wants to go. But I want to congratulate Stone Street. He's a very, very good colt. Thankful for the opportunity with him. And, I think he's got a big future. Obviously, we need to find some graded stakes for him, and excited about what lies ahead.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Scott.
Corona Bolt for Stone Street, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux taking the Lafayette Stakes.
Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, the 35th running of the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Grade 3. Turf is listed good. Rail at 0 feet today. Scratch the 11 Carl Spackler. Double and pick 3 wagering featured. Looking ahead to the featured 9th race. No changes in race 9, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. 10th and final race. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race.
First graded stakes race of the meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, and they'll start on the turf course with the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes. Straight 3-year-olds on the turf at 1 1/16 in a much different race with the scratch of Carl Spackler. Chad Brown telling us earlier today that he was not pleased with the outside draw, so that's why he chose not to run Carl Spackler here today. I go to Mostache because of the scratch. Mostache for BBN Racing, a Motown Colt Keeneland graduate who has kept some very good competition over the course of his career, including Talk of the Nation, who beat him last time out and earned a 91 buyer doing so in the Columbia Stakes at Tampa Bay Downs. He ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, only beaten 3 lengths, finishing 4th that day. He ran against Private Creed, sprinting in the Indian Summer Stakes here at Keeneland back in the fall. So good competition for this Colt. Second time this season, and we'll see how he handles this group today. We know he likes it here at Keeneland. I knew that we were going to get a good price with him at 6-1, and I think that he outruns that here today based on the types of runners that he's been facing off against over the course of his career, really.
At first, I was questioning how far this horse wants to go, because he started off his career in a sprint campaign and then has only gone a mile. That's the max he's gone so far. But after watching his last race, Scott, I had a little bit more confidence that he could stretch out to the mile in a 16. He didn't fade. He actually finished really strongly down the lane. He was just beaten by a better horse, and that horse posted a fast buyer and also was the heavy favorite in that event.
The 3-horse and the winner is for Susan Moulton, a homebred for Mrs. Moulton, a Oscar Performance Colt who broke his maiden in that turf race for 2-year-olds last year here in April at Keeneland Racecourse. Broke his maiden first time out, rallying from off the pace. They then ran him in the Bashford Manor, the With Anticipation. He won the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes here at Keeneland. So much like Mostache, he's kept top-level competition. I guess the question is, what happened to him at Fairgrounds last time out in the Black Gold Stakes?
He was slammed coming out of the starting gate. Then that ultimately made him make an early move, and then he fell a little bit flat. And that's not the trip you want with a closing turf horse. He made his move way too soon. And on top of that, it just didn't look like he handled the turf course that day, Scott. He's a horse that's normally pretty focused, has that quick turn of foot. His ears were going every which direction, and that is a sign that a horse is not liking the surface they're on. He loved the surface at Houston. He's loved multiple different surfaces in the past, including right here at Keeneland, where he's 2 for 3. And his lone loss on the turf course at Keeneland was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Tough competition that day, and he also was buried down on the inside, didn't have an ideal trip. I'm just hoping that we get to the 8-1 price and he can work out a trip closing from off of it today.
With the scratch of Carl Spackler, Nagarok has found himself as the horse to beat. He's right now 3-1, along with the number 12 horse Dude in Colorado, who was a winner of the Colonel Liam Stakes on the 4th of March down at Gulfstream Park. But Nagarok, he was a horse that was debuted under the care of Jimmy Corrigan at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Looks like a private purchase situation to move over to Graham Motion's barn and Madacat Stables, Little Red Feather partnering up on the son of Lee. And since then, he won the Grade 3 Futurity. He was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, and he was 3rd in the Eddie Logan Stakes at Santa Anita over good-listed ground in his most recent start. So another one that you can't knock, and he's got Flavien Prat in the saddle here today.
You can't. He has been extremely consistent in his 5-race career. I really did dabble in picking him on top, Scott. I had a tough time going between the 3 and the 9, and ultimately I thought that I wanted to go with a better price, but I certainly wouldn't leave this horse off of any tickets, especially if you're playing that pick 3.
And then Wonderful Justice, the number 4 horse, Brad Cox looking for a second stakes win in a matter of 2 races here on opening day. Wonderful Justice. Now here's one of the things, and sometimes you'll find this when looking at tote boards in any race or across the country. He actually beat, and the winner is, last time out in the Black Gold Stakes. You mentioned the trouble in that race at Fairgrounds that And the Winner is encountered the number 3 horse in here. But he's a bigger price right now as it stands right now. That's obviously subject to change. But 9-1 on Wonderful Justice, a horse that's 2 for 2 in his career down at Fairgrounds. And don't be alarmed by those fractions, because that's just how the races were run on the turf course over the course of the meet, with the rail being so far out down there at Fairgrounds.
Yes, exactly. I'm actually shocked at the price at 9-1. I thought this horse would be much lower, and that's why I thought I didn't really want to go in that direction, at least as a top selection, Scott. But this horse has done absolutely nothing wrong. Now, the question really is, did he like the turf course at the fairgrounds and others didn't? And can he translate that form here to Keeneland? I will say he got a beautiful, perfect trip last time out. I don't know that he's going to get that lucky this afternoon, but he does possess a lot of natural speed, and usually that leads to better trips on the turf course versus closers who have to, rely on so much to go their way.
Just about set for the Riders Up call. Sun's out here at Keeneland Racecourse. This is the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes coming up next.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 35th running of the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Grade 3. The stakes for 3-year-olds at a mile and a 16th over the turf listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratched the 11, Carl Spackler, number 11 scratched. Post time in 7 minutes. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Freedom Trail, owned by Gatz's stable of Mike Gatz's, R.A. Hill stable of Raymond A. Hill III. Stephen Schoenfeld, trained by John Terranova, Frankie Dettori, the jockey. 2, Web Slinger, owned by DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Javier Castellano. 3, And the Winner Is, owned by Susan Moulton, trained by Wayne Catalano, the jockey Corey Lannery. 4, Wonderful Justice, owned by Blue Diamond Stud Farm LLC of Emad El Cigar, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. 5, Rarefied Flair, owned by Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, owned by C&H Diamond Racing LLC of Greg Back and Al Rose, owned by David Menard and Al Riccio, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Chris Landeros. 6, Mi Hermano Ramon, owned by Red Baron's Barn LLC of Jed Cohen, owned by Rancho Temescal LLC of Tim Cohen. Mark Glatt, the trainer. John Velasquez, the jockey. 7 Mustache, owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, trained by Victoria Oliver, jockey Luis Saez. 8 Candidate, owned by Mark Greer, trained by Arnaud Delacour, the jockey Joel Rosario. 9 Nagarock, owned by Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, by Little Red Feather Racing of Billy Koch, owned also by William Strauss, trained by Graham Motion, jockey Flavian Pratt. 10 Mo Visitor, owned by FLI Racing of Christian Black, trained by Ed Vaughn, jockey Adam Beskica. 11 is Scratch. 12 is Dude in Colorado, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Post time at less than 5 minutes. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time, where we welcome Transylvania University's champion women's basketball team and head coach Julie Folks. The Pioneers recently capped an undefeated 33-0 season by winning the first NCAA Division III women's basketball tournament in school history. Congratulations to the Pioneers on their championship season.
Taking a closer look at the 12 Dude in Colorado, warming up on the track for trainer Todd Pletcher under Irad Ortiz Jr. This horse looks great, and no surprise there, but he is a horse that's going to have to work at a trip from that outermost post position. Even with the scratch of the 11 Carl Spackler, this horse will have to get over. There does seem to be a lot of speed towards the inside, horses coming off layoffs, so that is one thing that he's going to have to prove that he can do, is kind of clear the field and still be able to settle. But I have no qualms with making this horse the post-time favorite, especially with the scratch of the 11. He's coming out of strong races. He looks great. Good, strong warm-up for Irad Ortiz Jr., and I think that's just showing you exactly what he wants to do once the gates open, or at least what he has to do. But if you're looking at the board, I think it's always really important to look at discrepancy in odds, and the 2 Web Slinger is a horse that I think you should pay attention to. Number 1, I think the flat mile, last time out, he just ran out of real estate on kind of a speedier track at Gulfstream Park, whereas Dude in Colorado, he came out of the same race. He won that race, but he was kind of riding how the track is known, or how horses like to run on that particular turf course in Fordley Place. So this horse was up against it last time out, I thought, and today at a better distance with a better post position, Web Slinger could very easily turn the tables on the favorite, and you're getting 6-1 versus 3-1. The 3 and the winner is a horse I wanted to mention. He was kicking his heels up in the paddock. He looked great. He's always been an absolute beautiful animal, and I see no difference in that here today. He's also Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. He's my top selection of the day as well. 9-1, I think, is a very fair price for a horse that we know loves the Keeneland turf course. And then finally, the 7 Mustache. Scott, I know you got the chance to speak to Vicki Oliver. What did she say about Mustache second off the layoff?
Asked him about his last 2 races in the Breeders' Cup. She told me that they were planning on actually running him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint here at Keeneland, and she was training him for that sprint type of race to be a little bit sharper, so she felt that was a bit of an excuse for him there on that afternoon, and he was really, really sharp, fresh last time out in that most recent start. So today's a big day for Mustache for many reasons, because she is also wondering if he really wants to go this far. So today they will find out. I found that was a very interesting take from Vicki in this situation. So we'll see. We'll see what he's about here today, because if it doesn't work out, wouldn't be shocked, it sounds like, for him to be cutting back in distance. Getting on close to post time, less than a minute to post, the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes is up next.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 35th running of the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Grade 3. They are at the post. And they're off in the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. There's Mostache out from the center of the course. Wonderful Justice there to his inside in the opening strides. They are joined by Mi Hermano Ramon in between horses. Dude in Colorado is going to be wide onto the far turn, just outside of Nagarok and that pair, both looking for some better position into the far turn, but struggling to find it here early on. Mostache has the lead, is already locked onto the rail, leads it by just a length. As they move midway on the turn, Dude in Colorado, a lane off the rail now in the second position. Mi Hermano Ramon tucked away to the inside in third, a half length. Nagarok fourth up on his outside. Wonderful Justice toward the rail off the first turn and up the backstretch in fifth. Candidate sixth. Freedom Trail seventh. Mo Visitor between horses eighth, and the winner is a wide ninth up the backstretch. Web Slinger is in 10th, and Rarefied Flare last of 11:23.69 seconds for the opening quarter. Mostache, the leader, leads it by almost a full length. Dude in Colorado second by just a length. Mi Hermano Ramon third by a neck. And then Nagarok, who's fourth up on the outside. The first half mile went in 48.41 seconds. Onto the far turn, Mostache, the leader, still leads at 3/4 of a length. And then Dude in Colorado second by a length. Nagarok three wide in the third position, followed by Candidate, angles wide from the fourth spot. Mi Hermano Ramon is in fifth, and the winner is still 7 lengths from the lead. They turn for home. Here's Dude in Colorado right alongside of Mostache, and here's Nagarok to join them. Mi Hermano Ramon is fourth and looking toward the rail. Mostache has the lead. Nagarok is second. Mostache by a length. Nagarok going to take aim another time. Final 16th, running out of time to catch Mostache. Mostache. Luis Saez to win the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. It was Nagarok home second, then Web Slinger came from far back in third, 143.05.
He got the lead, and he took full advantage of it here today. Luis Saez and Mostache for BBN Racing, and Vicky Oliver, the son of Motown, the Keeneland graduate, kept on going. Nagarok came up alongside of him as close as he could get, but he had something left in the tank. He does want to go this long.
He does. Vicky Oliver, his trainer, thinking that, okay, do we cut him back to sprints? Do we keep him going long? And he absolutely proved today that he can really do it all, including going a long distance on the turf. Mostache takes him gate to wire.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 7, Mostache, was first. Number 9, Nagarok, second. Number 2, Web Slinger, third. Number 6, Mi Hermano Ramon, was fourth. 7926, unofficial. Results of race 8 official. 7-9-2-6, the official results. The official winner of race 8, 35th running of the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Grade 3, number 7, Mustache, owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch. Trained by Victoria Oliver, 2 wins today for jockey Luis Saez. Mustache, 3-year-old son of Motown out of Making Mark Money by Smart Strike, bred in Kentucky by Rhineshire Farm LLC. Keeneland September graduate Mustache, mile at a 16th over the turf-listed good, 1 minute 43.05 seconds. Now the trophy presentation to the connections of Mustache for the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania, representing Kentucky Utilities John and Elaine Crockett, joined by the 2023 NCAA Division III National Championship Transylvania University women's basketball team.
Mustache kept on going on the turf course today here at Keeneland in the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes. Vicky Oliver, Luis Saez with the front-end winning ride. Did you have to make any adjustments once he made the lead in this race to get him to settle down?
Well, just put my hand down and he relaxed. That's a pretty smart horse. Vicky doing a magnificent job with him. He always ready. Last time in Tampa, he did a great race. today he was much better, and in the top of the start, he just keep going.
What was the difference? Why do you think he was that much better?
Well, I don't know. He loved the turf. He liked the track. He liked here. He loved to run in this turf course. And well, like I said, Vicky she did a great job.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Vicky, you had questions. You told me before the race whether he wanted to go this far. I would have loved to have had a heart rate monitor on you once he made the lead to see where your emotions were going over the course of the race as he made the lead. What were you thinking once he established that position?
Well, there was a lot of pacing going on up there. I thought, oh, geez, now we're going to have to set the pace. We were kind of getting pushed a little bit down the backside. Then Sayas kind of slipped away and got on his own where he could relax a little bit. And then when he turned for home, it's a long stretch here, but he prevailed on and ran a really good race.
How do you build off of a race like this in the early stages of a 3-year-old campaign for a horse like Mustache?
It's still going to be a question mark how far he will go, but here it looks like he just kept going and, could go another 16th. That might just be his running style. There's a lot of races out there between a mile and eighth. We'll just have to pick them out as we go.
What's the celebration going to be like in the room here with the BBN Racing?
A lot of people, I think. I got one in the last, so I'll have to leave them to it.
They'll have some fun. Congratulations, Vicky.
Thank you.
BBN Racing, Vicky Oliver, Luis Saez, and mostly Mustache taking the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes.
Keeneland's ninth and featured race upcoming, the 86th running of the Central Bank Ashland Grade 1. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 9. Looking ahead to the 10th race, a reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland Stakes is coming up next. 3-year-old fillies at 1.16 miles. And this race features last year's 2-year-old champion, Wonder Wheel, who is not the favorite. She is 2-1 right now as the second choice. Instead, it's the number 5 horse Punch Bowl for Gary and Mary West, a filly by Uncle Mo, half-sister to the Grade 3 Beaumont Stakes Place runner Slumber Party here at Keeneland. That was a brilliant race last time out, Gabby. This is obviously a step up in competition. I thought we had the idea to get a bit of a pricier, a little better price, but that's not the case. I didn't think she'd be 4 to 5 with Wonder Wheel being in here.
No, she has been like the talk of the town for weeks.
You didn't tell me this before the start of the day.
Sorry, my apologies.
But she's good. There's no question. The way that she won that race at Oaklawn shows you the type of filly that these other fillies will be dealing with here today.
Yes, her first race was very impressive, closing to win at a sprint distance, which I thought she had no business winning at. And then she really proved how good she is at 2 turns when she stretched out to 1.16 miles. Now, I did talk to Brad earlier today. I said, how much confidence do you have in her? He said she has a lot of ability, but we do have to squeeze these races together because we want to get her ready for the Oaks. And that can obviously wear on a horse, a filly that is lightly raced. She ran first time out in February. She came back in less than a month, and now she's back here at Keeneland. That's a lot of races for a 3-year-old.
I know you're not going to see it, but they're saddling the one horse on the walk right now, Pride of the Niles. It's down the center of the paddock here at Keeneland Racecourse, so one to keep an eye on, who is currently sitting at odds of 18 to 1. Let's go to the 3-horse Guns and Graces for Chad Brown. She was second in the Devona Dale behind Dorth Vader. She broke her maiden at Tampa Bay Downs. I think that this is a filly that back to 2 turns is a big plus for her, and that's why I've got her second choice and getting a good price on this filly right now.
She looks like more distance, the better for her. She looked like she took a long time to get going last time out, and obviously Dorth Vader was a big upset winner. It was a big exacta in the Grade 2 Devona Dale, but she does have a lot of potential. I think she needs to find herself a little closer to the pace, though, than where she found herself last time out.
Effortlessly Elegant is the 7-horse. She's 31 to 1 right now. She's trained by your husband, Norm Cassie, who's got some nice 3-year-old fillies in his stable, led by South Lawn, who just won the Fairground Oaks and going to be one of the favorites for the Kentucky Oaks. What led you in the direction of this Liam's Map filly for the Leblongs?
I don't think there's much pace in here. I think Punch Bowl probably goes, and then Effortlessly Elegant can probably keep her honest on the front end. To me, Scott, it seems like some of these other fillies, like Guns and Graces, like Wonder Wheel, and even Julia Shining, they need a fast pace to close into that kind of comes back to them. I think these 2 fillies could go 1-2 around the track.
It's not often that you talk about a champion 4th up in a pre-race analysis, but that's the case here for us in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, and that is no knock on Wonder Wheel. I think that she looks as though she's primed for a step forward. She couldn't quite get to that filly in her most recent race, the Suncoast Stakes at Tampa Bay Downs, but that wasn't the ultimate goal. Tyler wasn't just absolutely getting after her as he would be in a race like today in the Central Bank Ashland. So I think that she builds off of that. She only had a few workouts to get ready for the 3-year-old debut. We'll see where the champion's at here today as she makes that 3-year-old second start en route to a run, hopefully, in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, she did look like she needed her last race, Scott, and I think the reason why she is an overlay right now is because a lot of people are judging the competition that she beat in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. They haven't gone on to do much as 3-year-olds, so I think that's why there's still a question mark with regard to the 2 Wonder Wheel. But she has done absolutely nothing wrong. She has been so consistent in her 6-race career, and I agree with you. She can take a big step forward second off the layoff this afternoon.
She just clicked up to 5 to 2, Punch Bowl down to 3 to 5 in her 3rd race, stepping up to Grade 1 competition, and she's the odds-on favorite for one of the premier Grade 1 races each and every season nationwide. It's the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland coming up next. Here's a look at Pride of the Nile as she continues to walk around here at Keeneland Racecourse on her toes, but it looks as though they've got the saddle on her as she gets ready for this big test. The Grade 1 feature comes up next on opening day here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured ninth race, 86th running of the Central Bank Ashland Grade 1. 3-year-old fillies at a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 9. This starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Pride of the Nile, owned by West Coast Stables LLC of John Foster, trained by Doug O'Neill. Frankie DeTore, the jockey. 2, Wonder Wheel, owned by DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green, trained by Mark Cassie. Tyler Gaffalione is up. 3, Guns and Graces, owned by CHP Racing. Christine and Phil Hatfield, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Joel Rosario. 4, Julia Shining, owned by Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Luis Saez. 5, Punch Bowl, owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Brad Cox, jockey Flavian Pratt. 6, Defining Purpose, owned by Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, owned also by Colette Marie Van Mater and James Ball, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 7, Effortlessly Elegant, owned by Joanne and Alex Leblong, trained by Norm Cassie, jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. Post time in less than 3 minutes.
Less than 2 minutes away from the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, and here's a look at Julia Shining, the very well-related daughter of Keeneland. She adds blinkers here today. She's a filly that was so impressive last fall in her debut. She beat Positano Sunset, who we saw come back, win earlier on the card today. Obviously, a lot of distance removed from that fall race for both of these filly. This filly now in against Grade 1 company, but you can't ignore this filly, this pedigree, these connections as she sits at odds of 5-1.
You mentioned the pedigree. She is a full sister to Malathot, winner of the Breeders' Cup Distaff last year, and she just looks like she is on go today. I don't know that I remember her acting like this in the preliminaries, at least last year, but she is really feeling herself this afternoon. And when you look back at her race career, including her debut performance when she won here at Keeneland, Scott, it was incredible. But the problem with her is that there just doesn't seem to be much pace signed on in this race, and she has no early speed.
Maybe she will today. Blinkers on. Maybe. The way that she's feeling out there, it's positive signs for the full sister to Malathot for the Stone Street Stables. Punch Bowl, the 5-horse, when she came out in the post grade, she just dropped her head and looked like an absolute pro. She's 2 for 2 in her career, and she continues to get strong support here in this Grade 1. The half sister to Slumber Party, taking that pressure in that race at Oakland Park and drew away from him. But this is a big step up. Let's not lose sight of the step up in class that she's taking today.
It's a big step up, and then obviously if she wins this, the connections are going to want to go to the Kentucky Oaks, and you just have to kind of think about the road ahead, Scott. She has had a lot of races in a short amount of time. Physically, she looks no worse for the wear. She looks like she's handled those races in very good fashion. She looks fit. She looks like she's held on to that condition, and she's just presenting herself with so much class this afternoon.
And just wanted to get a look at the 1-horse Pride of the Nile. She was a handful down in the paddock. It took them a while to get her saddled. She reared up for quite a long time, and she continues to be at least on her toes a bit. She maybe has settled in just a touch as she's on the outside rail coming towards the starting gate, as all of these fillies are. But 22-1 on the board, as we touched on today at Keeneland this morning. Doug O'Neill, he has sprung some big upsets over the course of his career in races like this, and even here at Keeneland.
And she has some very good races on for him. She had a brutal trip last time out. So if you look past her last race, which she had plenty of excuses for, she could be right there as well as a big long shot. She is settled on trackside, which I think is very encouraging, Scott. Sometimes it just takes getting that nervous energy out on the track.
They are closing in on the starting gate. Near the top of the stretch is this group of Grade 1 fillies getting set for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 86th running of the Central Bank Ashland, Grade 1. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off in the Central Bank Ashland. There goes Wonder Wheel out for the lead. There goes Punch Bowl for the lead. And there's Effortlessly Elegant from the far outside. Effortlessly Elegant moves up from the center of the track, tries to clear the inside traffic. Punch Bowl goes second. Wonder Wheel third, locked onto the rail there in that first turn. Defining Purpose moves by her one spot from the outside. Julia Shining, a lane off the rail, is in fifth. Pride of the Nile is in sixth. Guns and Graces last of the seven. Effortlessly Elegant is the leader. She's clear with the lead and drops down toward the rail. 23.62 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Effortlessly Elegant guides the field up the backstretch, leads at a length and a half. Defining Purpose, second by a head. Punch Bowl is third, a half length. Julia Shining, fourth up on the outside. Now taking third within a half length of second. Wonder Wheel, further back, is a lane off the rail. Between horses now in the fifth position. She's got Pride of the Nile, sixth on her outside. And Guns and Graces last of the seven, just over 5 lengths front to back. First half mile, 47.25 seconds. Effortlessly Elegant is the leader. Leads at 3/4 of a length. Defining Purpose second. Julia Shining goes to third. Punch Bowl is fourth toward the inside, 2 lengths from the front. Wonder Wheel, fifth up on the outside, 4 lengths off the lead. Then Guns and Graces, Pride of the Nile last. They come to the quarter pole. Defining Purpose tries to draw alongside of Effortlessly Elegant. Now Punch Bowl seeks running room, changing lanes toward the outside. Julia Shining is right there with her. Wonder Wheel is a wide fifth, 3 from the front. Defining Purpose has the lead. Into the final furlong, Central Bank Ashland. Julia Shining is contesting second with Punch Bowl. Defining Purpose in front by 2.5 lengths. Defining Purpose chased all the way to the line. Defining Purpose has pulled a 20-1 upset in the Central Bank Ashland for Brian Hernandez Jr.
And trainer Kenny McPeak, who has been known to win Grade 1s here at Keeneland, has done so many times in the past, and she settled just off that early pace. And Gabby, that turned out to be the key. She had that early position, which got her the jump on the main foes that came to her late in stretch.
This was a crazy upset, 20-1, but we know one thing. Kenny McPeak, he always finds himself with a very good 3-year-old, whether it's a filly or a colt this time of year, and he always gears up for the Keeneland Spring Meet, and he just pulled off a massive upset.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. Number 6, Defining Purpose, was first. Number 5, Punch Bowl, was second. Number 4, Julia Shining, was third. Number 3, Guns and Graces, fourth. 6-5-4-3, unofficial. Results official for Keeneland's ninth race, 6-5-4-3 official winner of the 86th running of the Central Bank Ashland Grade 1, number 6, Defining Purpose, owned by Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, owned also by breeder Colette Marie Van Mater, who bred the winner in Kentucky, owned also by James Ball, Kenny McPeak, the trainer, Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey. Defining Purpose, a 3-year-old daughter of Cross Traffic, out of Defining Hope by Strong Hope. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 43.31 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, representing Central Bank. Mr. Luther Deaton, President and CEO, presents to the connections of Defining Purpose.
Defining Purpose bringing the upset as she was able to go out early for Kenny McPeak as well as Brian Hernandez Jr. in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. How key was that early position for this victory?
It was great, and that's another thing about riding for Kenny. You know, he lets us go out there and let the horses do the work for him. And when she went around the first turn and got her position so nice and smoothly and settled into a nice rhythm, we're going down the backside, and I was just thinking to myself, just be patient, just wait, and just let her travel well. And that's what she did. When she turned for home, she kicked on, and with the short stretch to the 16th pole, I was pretty confident in her.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kenny, your third win in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, and you don't have to share it like you did back in 2014 when you dead heated. What was this as big of an upset as the tote board reflects, in your opinion, with this filly?
I'm not overly surprised. She had a couple of reasons why. I think she fell off a little bit of form in her last two. She hooked a couple of muddy racetracks. I'm not sure. The last trip she had was really wide and wider. Can I give a tip of the hat to my team? Kevin Godowski's handled this filly for the last 6 weeks up here. Ray Bryner's at Oaklawn, who had her all winter. None of this happens without the people that are behind me. I kind of feel like I'm the conductor, and these guys play all the instruments. I'm proud of the young man. I mean, he's soft-spoken. He's not going to say a lot, but he works his butt off.
Well, we're going to get a word from you, Kevin. Did you think that she was sitting on this kind of a race coming into the Grade 1 with the type of fillies she was running against today?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very classy field, but she had been working great here. I think really wanted to focus on her. We knew she had speed, just kind of get her to settle early and finish up, and she showed that today.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
It was more than a few words, Kenny.
Yeah, we did good.
Defining moment, getting the victory, Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland.
Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Turf listed good.
Time for the nightcap here at Keeneland on opening day, and there is going to be a pick six carryover regardless of the outcome of this final race, so we'll have that figure for you later on this afternoon / evening, and obviously tomorrow when we join you on Today at Keeneland at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We're taking a look right now at Robin Sage. This is my long shot play of the day. Here's the idea, Gabby. You ready for this one?
Ready.
Robin Sage, a filly by Kitten's Joy, stamina pedigree on the top side. She comes from a first stand by the name of Game Fair, who won at 1 mile 5/16 as well as 1 mile 7/16, and she did so between Kentucky Downs and Gulfstream Park. So the stamina is there. I think her last race was not bad. I think she stays on. She gets a weight break with Walter Rodriguez in the saddle, the 5-pound apprentice for Robert Medina and Blackwood Stables. I think she keeps on going from the inside and at least has a say in this race at odds of 35-1, and she's not going to move far off of that number over the course of the next 10 minutes.
I can't hate on your long shot pick because I went to a long shot pick as well, and that's the 11 best performer. She's going to be the top selection today, and she is at 20-1 right now. Blinkers go on her for the first time this afternoon. Scott, when you go back to her race 2 starts back at the fairgrounds, I actually thought it was a very good effort. She found herself forwardly placed. She lost just by a couple of lengths to the likes of a girl named Charlie. Her next race would be a stakes victory, 85 by her speed figure. And she's also a filly that had a horrible trip first time out in the fall here at Keeneland over the turf. So I go with a bomb in the nightcap.
Let's move over to the number 7 horse, who is far from a big price. She's 5-2, second choice right now for Peter Brandt and Chad Brown. That's Haystack, a daughter of Warfront out of a Turtle Bowl first dam. She was second most recently at Gulfstream Park. Gets blinkers here today, and her last couple of races have been solid. She's adapted to a slow pace at Aqueduct and a quicker pace at Gulfstream Park. We'll find out what she gets here today, but you can't overlook a Chad Brown horse on the turf course, and especially with Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle.
I do feel like some of the horses that are coming out of those Gulfstream races, you have to think that Chad was really pointing for maybe the spring meet here at Keeneland, especially those that have been on the turf. And Haystack, I do think she'll improve in her second start off the layoff, but she does come out of a strong race. The winner, Well Into, came back to win an allowance race. Mademoiselle Jackie, who finished third in there, came back to win a maiden special weight as well. So this filly clearly comes out of a strong race.
Speaking of Mademoiselle Jackie, she beat Doral, the current favorite, the number 10 horse, who is right now sitting at 2-1 on the board for Bessalou Stables. This is a Keeneland September sale grad that was purchased as a yearling in 2021 for $575,000, and both of her races have been good. She was second, beaten just a neck. Junior Alvarado gets the opportunity for a third consecutive race, so I think she's the obvious one who any move forward will have her right there in the end.
Exactly, and I do think that she improved in her second start. She improved with a little bit more distance to 1 1/8 miles. When you look at her running style, you know, even in her last race, she saved ground and she was slowly inching closer. She does have a turn of foot, but she needs that well-timed move, and Junior Alvarado, he's been aboard her both of her career starts.
Riders up for the opening day nightcap, less than 8 minutes away from race number 10.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. The bets, a maiden special weight for 3-year-old fillies, 1 mile and 1/8 over the turf, listed good. Rail at 0 feet today. Toyota Super High 5 featured here. A reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Post time in 5 minutes.
Horses warming up on the track for the final race of the day and taking a closer look at the number 6 Heckled, a second-time starter for Michael Stidham, a filly by Hard Spun and a homebred for Godolphin. And she's out of the mare Speckled, which makes her a half to Pixelate, who is a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, made over $1 million as well. This horse is getting a very strong warm-up there under Joel Rosario, and I feel like she was pretty well backed by the public in her debut. Looking back at that first race, she did encounter some early trouble, and again, that's one of those scenarios that I don't think she really handled the turf course that day. I think she has a big look here at 7-1. Take a look at the 6 Heckled. As we move along to the 10 Doral for trainer Bill Mott, and this is a filly that's just has a beautiful pedigree, and she also looks like a beautiful filly on the track as well. I find that quality road fillies just have a tendency to improve with each and every start, and I think that could be the case with her. You can see she's a very long, lean type of filly, and I think the longer the better for her. So the 1 mile and 1/8 is probably a good distance for her, but I think she could even go longer in the future. And then the final horse, the 8 Little Miss Moonlight, trained by Tim Ham. She comes out of 3 consecutive second-place performances. Scott, how does she turn it around today?
Well, Tim Hammer, trainer, saying that she needs to be forward. From what he's observed from the turf races thus far, horses that have sat forward have excelled. We most recently saw that with Most Stash in the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes. I was also asking about the ownership groups, String Music Thoroughbred Investments. If you noticed on those silks, you've got basketballs, and it's a group of former athletes, NBA and NCAA basketball players that played for teams like the Boston Celtics and even the Ole Miss Rebels of the collegiate ranks. So good luck to that group, and we'll see how she fares here today. Certainly doesn't hurt to have Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle of this Keeneland grad. Less than 1 minute to post. Race 10, Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Bets. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Robin Sage from the inside, comes out for the lead. Heckled is there, along with Haystack. From in between horses, Idle Chatter, also up close in the opening strides, but Robin Sage is the leader. Robin Sage has the lead, 3/4 of a length, headed to the first turn. From Idle Chatter in second, there goes Best Performer. Moving up third up on the outside, Haystack is in fourth, 3 lanes off the rail, heading into the first turn. And then Lil Miss Moonlight, who's in fifth position, she'll be caught wide. Heckled back toward the rail, is in the sixth position. And then comes Penumbra's Maker, who travels in seventh, in between horses, just over 5 lengths off the lead. Costa Bella is in the 8th position. And then Mischief Lily, who's a wide 9th. Whitson Wagers 10th. Doral 11th. Petageek last of the 12th. Opening quarter went in 23.31 seconds. Robin Sage leading Idle Chatter by a half length up the backstretch. Best Performer is third up to the far outside. Heckled is fourth down toward the inside, a length and a half off the lead. Then Haystack in fifth in between horses. Lil Miss Miss Moonlight will be wide again to the far turn. She's in 6th, running 4 from the front, and then Penumbra's Maker back toward the inside, then Costa Bella. The first half mile, 47.93 seconds. Robin Sage, Idle Chatter, they're on even terms contesting the top spot. Idle Chatter now pokes ahead in front. Best Performer tries to join them from 3rd. Lil Miss Moonlight angles wide in 4th. Peta Geek has to go center of the course from 5th, still 6 from the front. Haystack is in behind horses, looking for running room. Heckled is in traffic, 6 from the lead. They turn for home. Best Performer, Lil Miss Moonlight on her outside. Haystack has room now to run late, coming after the leader, Idle Chatter. Haystack to the front, but now Lil Miss Moonlight puts ahead in front briefly. Haystack is fighting back again. She's got the lead ahead. Haystack by a neck down to the wire. Haystack looked to get her head down on the line for Tyler Gaffalione in 1 minute 50.45 seconds.
Very close on the wire between Haystack and Little Miss Moonlight. It's the 7 and the 8 going to move past the number 3 filly, Idle Chatter, and it's going to come down to the 2 of these fillies. The 8 gets herself in front, then it's the 7's turn, back and forth down to the wire, Gabby.
This was an exciting finish for sure for the last race on opening day. Kurt Becker did say that he thought that the 7 Haystack got her head down in the nick of time, and as we take a look at another slow stretch run, it does come down to a battle between these 2 fillies, and it does appear that the 7 Haystack holding on for the victory on the inside, but a great runner-up performance by the 8 Little Miss Moonlight for today's nightcap.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. In the photo for the win, number 7 Haystack was first. Number 8 Lil Miss Moonlight was second. Number 4 Penumbra's Maker was third. Number 6 Heckled was fourth. Number 9 Peta Geek was fifth. 78469 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 10th race official. 7-8-4-6-9, the official results. Race 10, the bets in the winner's circle. Official winner number 7, Haystack. Owned by Peter Brandt. Trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Tyler Gaffaleone. Haystack, a 3-year-old filly by Warfront, out of Azalea by Turtle Bowl, bred in Kentucky by Joseph Allen LLC, and White Birch Farm Incorporated. 9 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 50.45 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Betts Trophy presentation to the connections of Haystack. At Keeneland, no perfect tickets in that pick 6. There is a consolation 5 of 6. And there is a carryover of $53,845 when live racing resumes here tomorrow. Special post, 12:30 p.m. Late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.